Hey guys, welcome to my channel. My name is Debbie. 3 years ago, Letecia Stauch was found guilty of murdering her stepson Gannon, and she just won her appeal for a new trial. So, I'm going to show you a clip about that first. This is in Colorado, and it happened in 2020. I want to say January of 2020.
Today, Letecia Stauch was sentenced to 2 life sentences without parole for the premeditated murder of her stepson, Gannon.
She got life in prison with no possibility of parole. She got that charge twice.
Stand here today with some of the happiest news that we have waited 3 years for is that he has finally received justice.
For me, it only solidifies the loss. The loss that I'll never get to see my boy again.
Well, today, the stepmother, found guilty of killing 11-year-old Gannon Stauch in 2020, had her murder convictions overturned. The Colorado Court of Appeals found a member of the jury was biased in Letecia Stauch's 2023 trial, and as a result, a retrial has been ordered. The court's decision explains that a juror had a relative who worked in the district attorney's office that prosecuted this case. Now it's up to the DA to try and fight that decision or prepare for a new trial.
Denver 7's Colette Bordelon spoke with Gannon's father back when this appeals process all started. On January 27th of this year,
opens up wounds.
6 years to the day, 11-year-old Gannon Stauch was reported missing by his stepmother, Letecia Stauch. The appeals process in her case began.
The initial hearing on the anniversary of his death, that was pretty difficult.
That's when I spoke with Al Stauch, the boy's father.
I hope they get it right.
In 2023, Gannon's stepmom, Letecia Stauch, was convicted of his murder by a jury. She's currently serving life in prison. But it's one of those jurors at the center of her appeal.
It shakes the framework and the foundation of fundamental fairness that's guaranteed by the Constitution in these cases. And that's why it's reversed, and that's why we'll likely have a new trial.
Attorney Stephen Longo, who's followed this case since the beginning, says he was not surprised by the Colorado Court of Appeals decision, which found one of the jurors who deliberated was biased. During the jury selection process, a prospective juror told the court that his son-in-law worked as a deputy district attorney in the same office as the lead prosecutor on the case. As a result, Letecia Stauch's convictions were reversed or overturned, and a new trial has been ordered.
Why would the DA fight leaving this juror on, knowing it could potentially create a basis for this type of reversal?
We reached out to Letecia Stauch's attorney for an interview, and he gave us a statement saying, in part, common sense tells us that a prospective juror whose son-in-law works for the prosecuting attorney should be disqualified.
So it's tough to blame the prosecution. They made, I think, the argument any of us would make is saying, hey, that person has a right to be on this jury. They don't have any inherent bias that's been exposed. There's just this relationship. And the judge allowed it.
We also asked the district attorney's office about this decision, which they called disappointing. They'll be working with the attorney general's office to secure a review of this case in the Colorado Supreme Court, but say they'll be prepared to present the case to a new jury if necessary.
Go get a new jury and try it again and secure another conviction.
A retrial. That's now a likely reality.
Obviously, I didn't want to go through the trial again.
6 years after Gannon Stauch first disappeared.
Even if we have to go do that all over again, I'm as close to 100% confident in the subsequent result as I can be.
With a father who wants to finish this case once and for all. Colette Bordelon, Denver 7.
In her original trial, Letecia Stauch pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. Her team claimed she suffered a psychotic break that led to the boy's death. We'll keep you posted on what happens next in this case on air and online at denver7.com. Colette has been dedicated to covering Gannon's story over the past 6 years, including his parents' push to get the Justice for Gannon Foundation off the ground. They're working to change laws around how missing children alerts are sent out, along with funding the travel and housing for families who find themselves in similar situations as Gannon's family did, and getting a grant to help sponsor kids who want to pursue STEM careers.
Okay. No, stop it. I need to find the trial now. Where did it go? That's not what I want. Over here is what I want. Playlists. Okay. Gannon was reported missing by his stepmother on 1/27/20. She told the El Paso County Sheriff's Office that he left home between 3:15 p.m. and 4 p.m. to walk to a friend's house but never returned. The initial press release on his disappearance described him as a juvenile runaway. However, 3 days later, the sheriff's office reclassified his case as a missing or endangered person. Now, he was 11 and I think he was autistic. He had some type of delay. And I think, when they were talking about the Stauchs wanting to set up the Justice, whatever foundation, Justice for, I don't know what it was called. I think that's what the reason why they want to get the laws changed, because now it's like, oh, he just ran away, and then they wait before they go start looking for him. Searchers used drones, dogs, horses, helicopters, and divers in the search. Gannon's parents made emotional pleas for his safe return and thanked the community for their support. And the way they found him was this bridge. It was time for maintenance, and it wasn't like a normal routine maintenance. Like I guess they do it every so often. I can't remember if they got called out because of some other reason and it was like a not scheduled thing, or if it was scheduled and they hadn't been out there in a while and wouldn't be back for a while. In other words, had those workers not been working on that bridge at that time, nobody would have found him where she put him. So it could have been years before he was found. Like, she hit him good, but they just happened to be working on that bridge, and that's how he was found. And I don't remember when they found him, but we're fixing to listen to opening statement, so the timeline will be told. Not that I'll remember it, because my brain doesn't work that way. I'm not good with dates.
All right, court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. My understanding is that both sides are prepared to proceed to sentencing. Is that accurate? Prosecution?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
All right, before we start, well, first of all, I assume that we're going to have some family members.
We have some family members and other people that were affected by this
Okay.
case that would like to speak, yes.
Sure, all right. Before we start, I
Oh,
want to remind
wait a minute.
everybody,
Wait.
that
Hold
I
on.
am the person that imposes the sentence.
I think this playlist is backwards, because I think that's the end. Yeah, that is a sentencing hearing. Playlist is backwards.
Letecia Stauch, record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When we took our recess, I told you that we would start with opening statements at this point in time. And that's where we will begin. Again, remember that nothing that the attorneys say is evidence. This is this is sort of an overview
Yeah,
of what
turn
they
it up,
believe the
Shadow.
evidence will show.
You're in
With
my
that,
way.
prosecution. You want it now? Go ahead. Okay.
Please use a
Actually,
microphone.
Actually, I thought this was for perimeter lights like it is in my courtroom, but it's not. Their panel is up there. If you want to dim the perimeter lights, it's up to you. Okay. All right.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Paramount question you will have to answer as jurors in this case has to do with sanity, specifically the defendant's sanity. At the conclusion of the evidence, the court will give you jury instructions. One specific jury instruction will talk specifically about insanity. It will read that as to the question of sanity, the defendant was insane at the time of the commission of the acts if she was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the acts as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to that act, or she suffered from a condition of mind caused by a mental disease or defect that prevented her from forming a culpable mental state. That is an essential element of a crime charge. A culpable mental state is like an intentionally or knowingly. Evidence in this case will show that she could distinguish between right and wrong, and that she was absolutely capable of forming the specific intent required for these charges. Those instructions will go on to give specific guidance on what qualifies as a mental disease or defect. It says care should not be taken to confuse mental disease or defect with moral obliquity, mental depravity, passion growing out of anger, revenge, or hatred, or other motives and kindred evil conditions. Because when an act is induced by any of these causes, the ones that I just listed, the person is accountable to the law, meaning that person can be found guilty for committing crimes charged. You should consider the evidence you will hear in this case in context with that instruction. This case is about two people. First is Gannon Jacob Stauch, an 11-year-old little boy. Came into this world premature, weighing just 1 pound 6 ounces. He proved to be a fighter, overcame the difficulties associated with being born so small. He's survived by his mother, Landon Hyatt, his father, Al Stauch, and his precocious little sister, Waylon. On January 26, 2020, something bad happened inside the Stauch family home. Gannon suffered some burns. You'll learn this from a video recording this defendant made that night, January 26th. You'll hear her as she manipulated Gannon, putting guilt on him for some mistake that a child made. And in that recording, you'll hear Gannon say in his own words, "I'm just worried about my burns."
Two, I just don't know what to do.
Well, devastating. Initially, Scott can't lie when the TMZ information.
Gannon, I promise this is the last time I'm going to ask you. I'm just freaked out, okay? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? Okay, you promise. You promise. Pinky promise. Okay, all right. So listen. We're all right. We're gonna have to sell stuff to fix it. Okay. So we figure out what we gotta sell. We can sell the sofa. We can sell whatever, because we gotta get it fixed. So, lady, don't be mad at us and kick us out of the house. Okay. You got it? You got it?
I'm just worried about my
Okay, shh, listen. So tomorrow,
The other person in this case is that last voice you just heard, who said so tomorrow. This lady sitting right here, the defendant. January 26, 2020 into January 27, 2020, she was the sole provider for Gannon. Her husband, Al Stauch, Gannon's father, serves in the National Guard. He was in Oklahoma for National Guard training, left that Saturday night, the 25th. Everything that happened to Gannon from that point forward was her decision. She carried out actions to kill Gannon, to put his body in the suitcase and hide it, to hide evidence of what she did to Gannon. Told numerous stories to investigators to manipulate the course of the investigation. And finally, to discard Gannon inside that suitcase off of a Florida bridge like garbage. January 27, 2020, Gannon's home, located at 6627 Mandan Drive, here in Colorado Springs, Colorado, turned into the stuff of nightmares. In fact, the one place a little boy like Gannon should have felt the safest, his bedroom, turned into, like I said, the stuff of nightmares. That bedroom is in fact where he was brutally murdered. The defendant attacked him viciously, mercilessly, deliberately, and intentionally. These are exhibits that you'll see from the doctor down in Florida, Dr. Ignacio, when she performed the autopsy. He'll tell you that Gannon suffered 18 stab wounds to his body, his chest, his back, his head, and most importantly, his arms and his hands. Why is that important? Gannon was fighting for his life, and those were defensive wounds. Next came a crushing blow to his head that was so strong, it fractured his skull like an eggshell. That wasn't enough for this defendant. He retrieved a 9mm handgun, fired it at Gannon 3 times. 2 bullets struck the pillow near him and were caught in the fibers of that pillow. That 3rd bullet entered his jaw, traveled through his head, fracturing his mandible, his vertebrae, hitting his spinal cord, and lodged in the back of his head and was recovered at autopsy. Gannon's life drained from his body, drop by drop. The photo that's on the screen right now is a picture of his bedroom. Same corner where he was in that picture, or where you'll see him in a picture in the bed. Each one of those markers signifies a small blood drop.
I know, right?
That splattered across his wall. It ran down the corner of his mattress, soaked through the carpet padding, and puddled on the concrete foundation below that carpet. The defendant then took very deliberate action. She decided to hide her crimes from the world, and she took action to hide those crimes from the world. She collected Gannon's bloody and broken body and the blankets and pillow that were near him and shoved them into a suitcase and hid them in the storage unit in that basement. That basement storage unit is right around the corner from Gannon's bedroom. What she didn't know is that she was leaving clues behind in that storage room. That plastic tub that you see in the bottom
No,
of the
sorry.
has Gannon's blood on it.
I wish
There's
I
an Amazon
could.
box in that storage room that has Gannon's blood on it. The concrete floor in that storage room had Gannon's blood on it. The defendant next decided to clean Gannon's room. Deliberately, intentionally, knowing what she was doing. She scrubbed the walls, cleaning them off. She scrubbed the carpet with scrub brushes that were later found in the dishwasher. Those scrub brushes have carpet fibers in them. They have blood on them. They have Gannon's DNA on them. This is Gannon's bedroom when members of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office first came to the house on January 27th in the evening hours. This is what it looked like. No obvious signs of a struggle. No obvious signs of blood as they walked through the house and through Gannon's bedroom. There were no obvious signs of a struggle or a murder because the defendant had cleaned them up. And also realized she had Gannon's blood on her person. Clothes that she was wearing, likely containing Gannon's blood, based off of how much blood had hit the walls, were never found. Her clothing was never found. These shoes the defendant's shoes were found on the washing machine, drying. That reddish rust color that you can see on the soles, Gannon's blood and DNA were found on those shoes. You can see just how much blood she was walking through as she was cleaning up that mess. Took more deliberate action. She collected and discarded other important clues. I mentioned she stabbed Gannon 18 times. The instrument that she used to stab Gannon has never been found. That 9mm handgun that she used to fire 3 rounds at Gannon, shell casing ejected out of that firearm each time she pulled the trigger. No shell casing was ever found in Gannon's room.
Night owl.
Then took more deliberate action when she hid Gannon in the suitcase first in her car, and then up north near the El Paso County, Douglas County line. GPS location data was used to track her locations or her movements, and it led to another grisly discovery up just in this area here. A board was found under a tree. That board had Gannon's blood on it. This is miles away from the Stauch family home, which is in the southeast part of the city, close to the airport. You'll learn through testimony that this board came from the Stauch family garage. Then took more deliberate and thoughtful action. She loaded the suitcase containing Gannon into the back of a rented van and drove to Florida. And that's the course of her travels from here to Florida. She rented a hotel room in Pensacola, Florida on February 4th, 2020. She drove a short distance from that hotel room, which is sort of by those blue angular marks on the map, up to where that red square is on the map. Drove a short distance from that hotel room, across a dark bridge that drives over a river that flows into the Gulf of Mexico. There she acted with determined purpose. Stopped that van. She hauled the suitcase out of the back of that van, drug it to the side of the road, hoisted it up over the railing, pushed it over the side, hoping that Gannon would never be found. 48 days later, 1,300 miles away from where Gannon was murdered, the search for answers and Gannon's remains finally ended on March 17, 2020, with a suitcase that came from that basement storage room, Gannon's remains, blankets, and a pillow were found by an unlucky bridge worker checking that bridge for safety. And imagine the shock that he felt when he realized what was inside that suitcase. Inside that suitcase, obviously Gannon's decomposing remains. Also, these 2 blankets and that pillow. Remember the pictures that I showed just a moment ago of Gannon in bed? These pictures were taken by this defendant on the morning of January 27, 2020. Sent them by text message to Gannon's father, Al, who was in Oklahoma for training. Take note of those blankets. Take note of the blankets that were recovered from that suitcase. The very same blankets and pillow that were in those pictures on January 27, 2020.
I can try another source and see if it's louder. That's all I can do. Oh, yes, we're gonna switch.
20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. What we're going to do is let the people into the courtroom now, and then we will bring in the jurors in a moment. Are you ready to go on hooked up? And are you going to be using any electronic stuff? You're going to be plugged in from there, the podium.
We're plugged in. Oh, you're going to do it.
No, I don't care. I just need to. I just need to know. Okay. All right. And I will turn off the perimeter lights when we get there, so that everybody can see. And so let's go ahead and let them in.
I think this is Law and Crime, though. I just hope I don't get... Yep, it's Law and Crime. If it just gets yanked, if I just get yeeted, it's because Law and Crime didn't want me to use their stuff.
There we go. You're using that Ms. Gratiano, you're using that laptop, right? That's what should be coming up on the screen. Okay. Yep.
Marty. Well, we just started over because the sound was bad on the first video. So you didn't miss anything. Why is it taking so long to start?
Thank you. May all be seated.
Oh, that's much better.
Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When we took our recess, I told you that we would start with opening statements at this point in time, and that's where we will begin. Again, remember that nothing that the attorneys say is evidence. This is this is sort of an overview of what they believe the evidence will show. With that, prosecution. Go ahead.
No, I was asking you to turn.
You want it now? Go ahead. Okay.
And if you want to dim the lights on, fine.
I can't, actually, I thought this was for perimeter lights like it is in my courtroom, but it's not. Their panel is up there. If you want to dim the perimeter lights, it's up to you. Okay. All right.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Primary question you will have to answer as jurors in this case has to do with sanity, specifically the defendant's sanity. At the conclusion of the evidence, the court will give you jury instructions. One specific jury instruction will talk specifically about insanity.
The crime happened in 2020 and the trial was in 2023, I believe. And I don't know when the new trial is going to be. I don't know how long it's going to take them to get ready for another trial. So, yeah, this is only about 3 years old.
It will read that as to the question of sanity, the defendant was insane at the time of the commission of the acts if she was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the acts as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to that act, or she suffered from a condition of mind caused by a mental disease or defect that prevented her from forming a culpable mental state that is an essential element of a crime charge. A culpable mental state is like an intentionally or knowingly. Evidence in this case will show that she could distinguish between right and wrong, and that she was absolutely capable of forming the specific intent required for these charges. Those instructions will go on to give specific guidance on what qualifies as a mental disease or defect. It says care should not be taken to confuse mental disease or defect with moral obliquity, mental depravity, passion growing out of anger, revenge, or hatred, or other motives and kindred evil conditions. Because when an act is induced by any of these causes, the ones that I just listed, the person is accountable to the law, meaning that person can be found guilty for committing crimes charged. You should consider the evidence you will hear in this case in context with that instruction. This case is about two people. First is Gannon Jacob Stauch, an 11-year-old little boy, came into this world premature, weighing just 1 pound 6 ounces.
Hey, Paul.
He proved to be a fighter, overcame the difficulties associated with being born so small. He's survived by his mother, Landon Hyatt, his father, Al Stauch, and his precocious little sister, Lena. On January 26, 2020, something bad happened inside the Stauch family home. Gannon suffered some burns. You'll learn this from a video recording this defendant made that night, January 26th. You'll hear her as she manipulated Gannon, putting guilt on him for some mistake that a child made. And in that recording, you'll hear Gannon say in his own words, "I'm just worried about my burns."
Two, I just don't know what to do.
Well, devastating. Initially, Scott, I can't lie when the TMZ information.
Gannon, I promise it's the last time I'm gonna ask you. I'm just freaked out, okay? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? Okay, we promise. You promise. Pinky promise. Okay, all right, so listen. We're gonna have to sell stuff to fix it. Okay? So we figure out what we gotta sell. We can sell the sofa, we can sell whatever, because we gotta get it fixed. So lady, don't be mad at us and kick us out of the house. Okay? You got it? You got it?
I'm just worried about my
Okay, shh, listen. So tomorrow,
The other person in this case is that last voice you just heard, who said so tomorrow.
Microphone, dude.
This lady sitting right here, the defendant. January 26, 2020 and into January 27, 2020, she was the sole provider for Gannon. Her husband, Al Stauch, Gannon's father, serves in the National Guard. He was in Oklahoma for National Guard training, left that Saturday night, the 25th. Everything that happened to Gannon from that point forward was her decision. She carried out actions to kill Gannon, to put his body in a suitcase and hide it, to hide evidence of what she did to Gannon. Told numerous stories to investigators.
What
to
happened to
manipulate
the
course
center
of the
now?
investigation. And finally, to discard Gannon inside that suitcase off of a Florida bridge like garbage. January 27, 2020, Gannon's home, located at 6627 Mandan Drive, here in Colorado Springs, Colorado, turned into the stuff of nightmares. In fact, the one place a little boy like Gannon should have felt the safest, his bedroom, turned into, like I said, the stuff of nightmares. That bedroom is in fact where he was brutally murdered. The defendant attacked him viciously, mercilessly, deliberately, and intentionally. These are exhibits that you'll see from the doctor down in Florida, Dr. Ignacio, when she performed the autopsy. He'll tell you that Gannon suffered 18 stab wounds to his body, his chest, his back, his head, and most importantly, his arms and his hands. Why is that important? Gannon was fighting for his life, and those were defensive wounds. Next came a crushing blow to his head that was so strong, it fractured his skull like an eggshell. That wasn't enough for this defendant. He retrieved a 9mm handgun, fired it at Gannon 3 times. 2 bullets struck the pillow near him and were caught in the fibers of that pillow. That 3rd bullet entered his jaw, traveled through his head, fracturing his mandible, his vertebrae, hitting his spinal cord, and lodged in the back of his head and was recovered at autopsy. Gannon's life drained from his body, drop by drop. The photo that's on the screen right now is a picture of his bedroom. Same corner where he was in that picture, or where you'll see him in the picture in the bed. Each one of those markers signifies a small blood drop that splattered across his wall. It ran down the corner of his mattress, soaked through the carpet padding, and puddled on the concrete foundation below that carpet. The defendant then took very deliberate action. She decided to hide her crimes from the world, and she took action to hide those crimes from the world. She collected Gannon's bloody and broken body and the blankets and pillow that were near him and shoved them into a suitcase and hid them in the storage unit in that basement. That basement storage unit is right around the corner from Gannon's bedroom. What she didn't know is that she was leaving clues behind in that storage room. That plastic tub that you see in the bottom left portion of that picture has Gannon's blood on it. There was an Amazon box in that storage room that has Gannon's blood on it. The concrete floor in that storage room had Gannon's blood on it. The defendant next decided to clean Gannon's room. Deliberately, intentionally, knowing what she was doing. She scrubbed the walls, cleaning them off. She scrubbed the carpet with scrub brushes that were later found in the dishwasher. Those scrub brushes have carpet fibers in them. They have blood on them. They have Gannon's DNA on them. This is Gannon's bedroom when members of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office first came to the house on January 27th in the evening hours. This is what it looked like. No obvious signs of a struggle. No obvious signs of blood as they walked through the house and through Gannon's bedroom. There were no obvious signs of a struggle or a murder because the defendant had cleaned them up. And also realized she had Gannon's blood on her person. Clothes that she was wearing, likely containing Gannon's blood, based off of how much blood had hit the walls, were never found. Her clothing was never found. These shoes, the defendant's shoes, were found on the washing machine, drying. That reddish rust color that you can see on the soles, Gannon's blood and DNA were found on those shoes. You can see just how much blood she was walking through as she was cleaning up that mess. Took more deliberate action. She collected and discarded other important clues. I mentioned she stabbed Gannon 18 times. The instrument that she used to stab Gannon has never been found. That 9mm handgun that she used to fire 3 rounds at Gannon, shell casing ejected out of that firearm each time she pulled the trigger. No shell casing was ever found in Gannon's room. She then took more deliberate action when she hid Gannon in a suitcase, first in her car, and then up north near the El Paso County, Douglas County line. GPS location data was used to track her locations or her movements. And it led to another grisly discovery up just in this area here. A board was found under a tree. That board had Gannon's blood on it. This is miles away from the Stauch family home, which is in the southeast part of the city, close to the airport. You'll learn through testimony that this board came from the Stauch family garage. Then took more deliberate and thoughtful action. She loaded the suitcase containing Gannon into the back of a rented van and drove to Florida. And that's the course of her travels from here to Florida. She rented a hotel room in Pensacola, Florida on February 4th, 2020. She drove a short distance from that hotel room, which is sort of by those blue angular marks on the map, up to where that red square is on the map. Drove a short distance from that hotel room, across a dark bridge that drives over a river that flows into the Gulf of Mexico. There she acted with determined purpose. Stopped that van. She hauled the suitcase out of the back of that van, drug it to the side of the road, hoisted it up over the railing, pushed it over the side, hoping that Gannon would never be found. 48 days later, 1,300 miles away from where Gannon was murdered, the search for answers and Gannon's remains finally ended on March 17, 2020, when the suitcase that came from that basement storage room, Gannon's remains, blankets, and the pillow were found by an unlucky bridge worker checking that bridge for safety. And imagine the shock that he felt when he realized what was inside that suitcase. Inside that suitcase, obviously Gannon's decomposing remains. Also, these two blankets and that pillow. Remember the pictures that I showed just a moment ago of Gannon in bed? These pictures were taken by this defendant on the morning of January 27, 2020. Sent them by text message to Gannon's father, Al, who was in Oklahoma for training. Take note of those blankets. Take note of the blankets that were recovered from that suitcase. The very same blankets and pillow that were in those pictures on January 27, 2020 were found 1,300 miles away with Gannon underneath that bridge. The defendant then purposely, intentionally came up with numerous different stories about what had happened. Gannon was missing. Went to a friend's house and never returned. Gannon was kidnapped and she was raped by a guy named Eduardo. Gannon was kidnapped and she was raped, but this time by a guy named Quincy Brown. She went to look for a bike up near that Douglas County, El Paso County line. Gannon test rode that bike, crashed, and suffered a horrible head injury. And a guy named Quincy Brown takes Gannon, and now the defendant doesn't know where Gannon is. Cartels were somehow involved with Gannon's disappearance. And most cruelly, that Landon Hyatt, Gannon's mother, was involved with Gannon's disappearance. All of her actions were purposely designed by her to distance herself from what she did. Throw off investigators, buy her time, escape accountability for what she did to Gannon on January 27, 2020. At the conclusion of the evidence that we'll be presenting in this case, you'll be asked to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the charges that we've leveled against her. You'll also be asked to determine whether she was sane or insane at the time that she killed Gannon. All of her decisions, all of her deliberate actions betray her claims of insanity. She knew that what she had done to Gannon was wrong. Why hide it? You'll hear her own voice through recorded phone calls and interviews. The evidence itself will prove her sanity. As jurors, part of your job will be to determine how much credibility, if any, you give to the witnesses. That same rule applies to expert witnesses. You'll get to hear from doctors. You'll get to hear from GPS expert witnesses. Lawyers get tongue-tied sometimes. And when they take the stand and take an oath, you get to judge whether what they are saying makes sense. Is it credible or not? And if it's not credible, you get to discard it. If it's credible, you can use it in your deliberations. But you all get to decide whether that credibility extends to that witness or not. The same will hold true for our expert witnesses and the defense expert witnesses. Get to hear from a doctor that will testify that the defendant was insane at the time of the murder of Gannon Stauch on January 27, 2020. With all expert witnesses, you should gauge what they're saying, measure it against the other evidence that you're hearing. Does it make sense or not? Like all expert witnesses, if it doesn't make sense, you can discard it. You'll also hear from others who knew her best. People that have the best opportunity to see how she was acting. Did she understand the difference between right and wrong? Could she form intent? People like Al Stauch, the man who was married to her. People like her brother, Dakota Lowry, who flew out here after Gannon went missing. And most importantly, her very own daughter, Harley Hunt. See, Harley Hunt was in the best position to know the defendant's state of mind, especially as it relates to when this crime occurred. He was the only other older person in the house. When Al left to Oklahoma, Harley Hunt was working. She's young, 17 years old at the time, thinking about going into the Air Force. But she becomes the defendant's closest confidant after the defendant killed Gannon Stauch. In fact, she also rode with the defendant on that van ride from Colorado Springs to Florida. She'll be able to tell you in her own words whether the defendant understood the difference between right and wrong, whether she could act intentionally or deliberately or not. And she'll tell you that she could on both counts. Remember, this case is about two people. Gannon had no choice what happened to him that day on January 27th. The other, this defendant, she held every single decision in her hands. She took deliberate, thoughtful action that ended a precious life and tore a family apart. Your job as jurors will be to listen intently to all of the evidence. Because even the most mundane evidence, it might seem inconsequential when you're listening, is being given to you purposely so that you can make the determinations you need to make as jurors. Did she understand the difference between right and wrong? Was she able to form a culpable mental state? Every single piece of evidence that comes from this chair will be used by you to make that determination. The next time I get to talk with you directly the way I'm doing right now, that'll mean we've concluded evidence and we're giving closing arguments. At that time, both sides will get to ask you to make determinations based on what you all have heard. We're going to ask you to hold us to our burden of proof. The criminal justice system doesn't work if you don't hold us to our burden of proof. Our burden of proof is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The things we have to prove are the elements of the crimes charged. We also have to disprove that the defendant is insane, meaning essentially we have to prove that she was sane. The evidence will do that for you. We will ask you to give justice to Gannon Stauch. We will ask you to find this defendant guilty for what she did to him more than 3 years ago. We'll ask you to find her guilty of murder in the first degree. Murder in the first degree of a child under 12 years of age. Tampering with a deceased human body for taking Gannon's body from that scene and transporting it across the country. And tampering with physical evidence. We'll ask you to convict her on each and every one of those charges. And the evidence will guide you towards those convictions. On January 27, 2020, 6:55 p.m., the defendant herself called 911. She called 911 to report that Gannon was missing and not come home. Call taker, you'll hear, ask the defendant, who was the last person to see Gannon?
Who was the last person to see him? I guess me.
The evidence will show that she was the last person to see Gannon alive. The evidence will show that she was sane on January 27, 2020, when she ended Gannon's life. The evidence will show that she acted intentionally and deliberately when she took Gannon's life. And then we will ask you to convict her. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Defense? Mr. Cook?
Good afternoon, members of the jury. I talked to some of you during jury selection over the last couple of weeks. To some of you, I want to reintroduce myself. My name is Will Cook. I, along with Mr. Tellini, represent Letecia Stauch. Now, this is a very tough case. We looked at the jury questionnaires, prosecution. There was a lot of strong feelings. Questionnaires. Have you formed an opinion about Miss Stauch? Got a lot of she's guilty. Got a few she's evil. People forming opinions about this case before they ever hear one shred of evidence. Because a defense attorney in this case is very worrisome when people have come in and they have preconceived notions of what's going on. With respect to the question on the paperwork that you got about insanity, what do you think about insanity? Is it valid? Something that's legitimate. A lot of people said insanity is just a way to get out of taking responsibility. It's an excuse. It doesn't exist. It's fake. Got a lot of that. So I, as the defense attorney, have two big problems in the case. I represent Ms. Stauch.
It has been oiled. It doesn't help.
Who, according to a lot of jury questionnaires, is evil and guilty. And us raising insanity is a bunch of BS. A lot to deal with. Been looking at this case for going on 3 years now.
I don't know why it squeaks in the
All
oil
the
doesn't
photos,
work.
I've seen all the reports. Mr. Tellini has. It's a lot. What you saw on the board this afternoon.
Just a quick reminder. The legal definition of sanity is different than the medical definition. And I'm probably going to say this more than once during the trial because people get confused about it. Legal insanity means at the time you committed the crime, you did not know right from wrong. Medical insanity is you have a mental disease like schizophrenia, or you've had a psychotic break, or DID, where you dissociative identity disorder. That's medical insanity. What they need to look at for her is, did she know whether or not it was right or wrong to do what she did? And you can clearly tell by the evidence that she did.
That's the PG stuff, the rated G information, photos you're going to see. For a general audience, go forward in this case, you're going to see the autopsy photos. You're going to see the photos of when Gannon was brought out of the suitcase. And they're horrible. Horrible. It was an awful, awful thing that was done to Gannon. And I see Mr. Allen get up here and he's emotional, almost into tears talking about it. And I get it. I get it. What happened to that little 11-year-old boy is beyond description. The facts of this case. Awful. You know, it's so bad. This is a lost cause. I'm not Ladies and gentlemen, I can't quit. I can't leave this courtroom. Got to do my job in this case. Mr. Tolini does. I can't just, after that opening statement, all the information that I've seen, the photos, the smiling picture of Gannon, hearing about him being shot and stabbed multiple times,
He was small for his age.
hundreds of witnesses, and 800 pieces of evidence that are going to come in. I can't check out now and just sit down and write this out. I can't do it because it wouldn't be fair. Wouldn't be fair to the court system, the process, and it wouldn't be fair to Ms. Stauch. And I know people will say, well, who gives a shit about what's fair for Ms. Stauch?
Dang.
The court systems do. The law does. The Constitution, the Bill of Rights. The war fought over these things that we're dealing with today.
This is the crappiest
Old school laws. The
opening statement I've ever heard.
Right to remain silent. Stuff that comes all the way back from old Boston and Paul Revere riding through the streets on his horse going, the British are coming, the British are coming. Old stuff, and it matters. And once we decide something in the media, before you have heard one shred of evidence, prejudge this case before anything has taken place, then all of that is lost. And we are truly a country that is no longer ruled by law, but by the media.
What?
I get it. We've lost. Mr. Tolini, we lost. Stout, we lost. We have lost in the court of public opinion and the media. He's guilty. I get that. This is a court of law.
Really?
As Judge Werner said, come through those double doors there. This is a special place.
You will like
This
this.
isn't the media. This isn't Facebook. Wash all of that away. Don't try to get up and walk out of the courtroom before you started.
This is defense.
Do your jobs. Listen to the evidence. When the evidence is complete, go back into the jury room and weigh the evidence. All I'm asking of you, just give us a fair shake. I can see it in your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of you, as far as you're concerned, I could burn in hell for representing Ms. Stauch. A lot of you won't even make eye contact with me.
They haven't even.
I might as well just be the devil himself up here running his mouth. But I'm not. No different than those three at that table right there. paid advocates. Werner during voir dire says they are paid advocates. Leanie and I were paid advocates. They have their side of the story. And I just want to be heard. Want our side to be heard. And if at the end, guilty, but you weighed the evidence, you listened, you didn't prejudge the case, your biases, your sympathies, your prejudices that you had at the beginning of this trial, if you didn't let those come in, were fair and impartial, but it's still guilty, I'll take that. I'll take that in a case like this. A lot of evidence. Very, very difficult case. So don't quit on me. Now, Mr. Allen is right. He's a good attorney. He's well-spoken. He elected DA. This is going to come down to insanity. Maybe here. And was killed back in January 20. How do you figure that out? How do you look into the mind of a sick person and divine what they are thinking? Well, evidence, people's statements, observations, recorded statements, phone call, heard Ms. Stout talking on. That's good stuff. What else can you look at? Motive. Somebody's motive. Remember that word? Up every day during jury selection for the past 2 weeks by the prosecution. Motive. You were told, and rightly so, by the prosecution that there is no requirement for the prosecution to prove motive. They're right. Does that mean that motive doesn't matter? No, it doesn't. Not mean that. Even though jury instruction talking about insanity, the prosecution just put up on the board, talked about motive or lack of motive could be a sign that there is insanity or not insanity. And it's in the jury instruction there. So it does matter. It's not required, but it matters. And it matters because it's evidence. You don't have a motive, that goes to show a lack of evidence. Say there's a couple people involved in a shooting and a murder out in the community. Paper reports it as a random, senseless act of violence. One person shot to death. Police investigate. They have 3 people that are suspects that were there at the scene at the time of the shooting. One problem for the investigators. Don't really have any other evidence. A week later, doing some good police work, they uncovered that one of the 3 people was a drug dealer who was ripped off the week before the shooting by the dead man. A lot of money and drugs were stolen. All of a sudden, with that information, this random, senseless act of violence becomes a murder with a motive. It does matter. Could you?
You need to put it up. It's not hooked up yet. You can turn off the perimeter lights if you want. I'm not getting the feed come through. You are hooked up to the defense. Still not coming through. Oh, there you go.
You enlarge that, or
That's what you're looking for, right?
that's the photo. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will turn your attention to the two boards, screens. This fancy pointer that you were alluding to, Judge. Extendable. All right, we've got a photo here. We've got some familiar looking faces. Gannon, Letecia Stauch. Stepmom, stepson. Gannon's little sister.
She's not even saying her name right either. Her name is Stauch.
Look at that.
Not Stauch.
Looks like everybody's doing pretty good. Happy, sunny day.
Hey, baby.
Maybe Miss Stauch is doing a selfie holding the camera out. Whatever.
What do you need? Are you hungry? You ready for lunch?
And a win would have this photo been taken? The day before Gannon died. The day before he was killed. It wasn't a photo of evil, anger. A photo of someone, by all accounts, who was a loving stepmother. Care of Gannon. Gannon's father was on a deployment. Stauch worked as a teacher herself in the Whitefield School District, an elementary school teacher. Got a person that was, living what seemed like the American dream in a nice suburban house in Morrison Ranch, suburbs of Colorado Springs, Colorado. But behind those photos and Miles, Stauch. Oh, you.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Stauch was hiding. Stauch was dealing trauma and abuse that had been going on since she was a toddler. A troubled childhood. Mother wasn't really much of a mother. She had a line of stepdads or boyfriends or whatever. Her mother I'm in and out, I'm in and out, in and out, in and out of her life. From the time she was 3 or 4 years old, Miss Stauch, until she finally moved out. And she suffered. She suffered horrifically from these stepfathers, these boyfriends of her mother. Watched her mother get beat by the boyfriends, physically abused, till eventually the physical abuse, these men reserved for her mother, eventually trained on the Stauch kid. Girl. First, it was just physical beatings, whoopings, emotional abuse, verbal abuse, and then it became sexual, where she was molested regularly. Five or six until she was a teenager. Constant. She used to have to sleep in the car out in the driveway to get away, not have to molested and sexually assaulted by these men. Sleep in the car in the driveway of her house. And because her mom wasn't around a lot, it's kind of an absentee mom. A lot of these stepfathers, if you could call them that, cared for Miss Stauch exclusively. Mom was out somewhere doing something, gone for several weeks at a time. And Miss Stauch, as a young child and a young woman and a teenager, was left in the care of these men. How do you deal with this? You're 6, you're 7 years old. What do you do? Physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse. How does a kid handle that? Well, a lot of people that have had bad childhoods go on and they're fine. There's some that don't. Some is a survival mechanism. Some of these children's personalities fragment. And why do they do this? This fragmentation of the personalities when there's abuse at a young age. Because in the case of Ms. Stauch, her abuser was also the person that provided her means for survival. A 4, 5, 6-year-old kid does not go out and get a job and work and acquire their own food, pay the electric bill, pay the rent. So while they're being abused, they also, as a matter of survival, have to both hate and love, to fear and placate their abuser / caretaker. How does a person do that? Well, I think in a lot of situations, no one person can do that. That's where the fragmentation personality comes in. All the good and all the bad, all the evil and the hate can't reside in one place. And I know some of you, based on your jury questionnaires, think I'm telling some fanciful tale about this. I get it. I read the questionnaires. But as such, you have sworn an oath multiple times to follow the law and the evidence. Don't like insanity or dissociative identity disorder. That's okay. Joke or an excuse or not valid. That's okay. It's okay if you think that outside those doors. In here, you got to believe it's a legitimate mental health defense, that in fact it exists and that it is scientifically backed. You're going to hear doctors, sworn experts on both sides. So yeah, it's in the DSM-4 or 5, which is the book of psychological ailments and issues psychologists and psychiatrists use to diagnose things. It's listed, accepted in the scientific community issue, a real issue, dissociative identity called multiple personalities. Now, whether you believe or their experts believe what our expert believes about whether it was present in Ms. Stauch's case, different issue. But you must, to be fair, impartial, and unbiased, you must believe that it is a possible defense. It is a valid defense. It is a valid defect or disease of the mind that triggers the insanity provisions
be in
under the
trouble then?
Colorado laws.
Because I like to put my hands in my pockets.
Laws that trigger when we bring in some testimony or some evidence that there is insanity causes the rules, the laws to pivot. So that the prosecution has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's say. In this case, circle back around. Why all of that just matters. Going back to motive. Evidence, exhibits, photos, videos. We're going to be in here for 8 weeks. School's going to be out.
I don't remember it being that long.
Making plans for our Labor Day barbecues. Not Labor Day. Barbecues by the time we get done. But you know what you're probably not going to hear? During all that time with all those exhibits, all that evidence. All those witnesses. You're not going to hear about a motive. You're not going to be given a motive about why Ms. Stauch January 2020. Reason is there is no motive. There is no reason. Doesn't make sense. It's insane. Smiling photo. Next day, Shannon's gone. No reason for it. Prosecution may say, oh, well, makes it that more tragic that it was such a pointless death of Gannon. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate on that. But there was some major psychotic crack that went on during this time. Go from teacher, loving stepmother to 2 children, loving mother to her own child, Harley, a person that Gannon's father entrusted his own 2 kids, watched and loved and by this woman here. Being a killer of a 11-year-old boy. How do you get there? Big jump. There is no explanation for it. I don't have one. She broke on that day, ladies and gentlemen. She broke. Broke from all that was right. Made sense. And the axe, putting Gannon's body in a suitcase and traveling 1,300 miles, full of Florida, and throwing the suitcase, Gannon's body in it, side of an overpass. Different stories she told. She was raped by somebody. Person who raped her kidnapped Gannon. Hear all the stories. The prosecution's going to play it for you. These are all signs and evidence of a mind, a soul.
No, it's evidence of consciousness of guilt.
That is broken.
That's
Most
what
fundamental and profound way. So broken, doesn't even know what it was doing.
She knew what she was doing.
What was going through that person's head? The killer Gannon's head. Stauch's head. All the stab wounds, the shootings, the bruisings, the beatings, the burns. What was going through that person's head? I don't know. I don't know.
No.
I couldn't tell you. For the person that she was killing that day, attacking, I wasn't Gannon. I wasn't Gannon to her. Wake up that day and go, I'm going to kill him. No. She was killing the demons. Her life from the dark depths of her childhood and her life. You're going to hear different doctors. We have a Dr. Dorothy Lewis. She's from Yale.
She's
been at
crazy.
it a long time. An MD. Got a lot of experience with this. Her legal medical opinion is that on the date of this offense, Ms. Stauch was legally insane. Now, the prosecution is going to have some witnesses from our state mental hospital in Pueblo that I imagine are going to say, no, she was perfect. She knew what she was doing. It's normal behavior for a person to do that. Yeah, she had some mental issues and everything like that, but everybody does, and but they don't know he killed an 11-year-old boy. And that is true. A lot of people do have mental health issues. It was talked about in voir dire. People have very severe mental health issues. They don't go out and kill people. And they don't go out and kill 11-year-old boys or their stepsons. They had had a nice hike just the day before, as evidenced by that photo. Don't stab the stepson dozens of times. Discharged 3 bullets with a 9mm handgun at the boy, hitting him once, killing him once. Beat him, burn him, and do all these other things you're going to hear about. Wrong, and it's horrible. She not saying. And she will be held accountable. Not guilty by reason and insanity. We'll get a jury instruction. It's about a paragraph long. It indicates in that case, and I think Judge Warner alluded to it, to want a panel of potential jurists in the last couple of weeks. She's found guilty, then it's guilty. She's subject to regular sentencing by the court. But if I'm not guilty by reason of insanity, doesn't mean she walks out of here. She's committed to the state hospital, Colorado Department of Human Services, and they take over from there, state mental hospital. That's not what we're dealing with here now. So I know there is a natural urge, human urge, a real urge. You hear about that little boy with that big bright smile that you saw on the screen. Hear about what happened to him. Want to make somebody pay. Want to make somebody pay dearly. Not right. What happened to that young? Awful. But not providing doubt constitutional protections for presumption of innocence, the right to remain silent, placing the burden of proof squarely on the shoulders of the prosecutor, letting bias or sympathy come in and cloud your judgment. Not going to bring Gannon back. Prejudging the case by what you've heard in the media.
Which they haven't if they're on the jury. Dude, why do you keep saying crap like that? Stop it.
To do no good. No, we have a tragedy here. And we know it's terrible. But just listen to the evidence, as I started out with. Don't check out.
These people, they've been told not to watch anything about the case. They've been impaneled as a jury, so obviously they don't know anything about the case. And now this guy is telling them how horrible it is, what she did to him. He's her attorney. Stupid.
Going to be easy. Went into week 6, hearing all these witnesses and looking at evidence. You're going to want to check out. You're going to want to form your decision soon in this case. But you can't do that. For the next 6 to 8 weeks while we're in this trial, you can't form an opinion. Werner was telling you that. You're in an evidence gathering phase now. You're gathering the facts. Like Judge Werner's famous Denver omelets. This is the ingredient gathering stage. Okay? It's in the cooking stage. When you go back to the jury room after all the evidence is
I
in,
can speed this up.
you start putting the ingredients together. For omelet or just a ham and cheese omelet. Whether you've got a guilty, not guilty, or not guilty by reason of insanity based on the evidence, the ingredients. When you're in the jury room, that's when you start putting it together. Just writing down, taking notes, taking it all in.
There was one defense attorney on one case. I don't remember which one it was. He started talking about baking a cake. And he's like, you get your flour and your eggs and your da-da-da-da-da-da. It's like the whole recipe of a cake. And then you realize that you don't have any baking powder. Do you make the cake with that? I mean, like, dude, where are you going with this? So yeah, I guess they're omelets.
Well, the judge mentioned several times to you today, I don't want y'all talking about the case amongst yourselves. Kind of a special, hidden, quiet place, this courtroom, especially you jurors. I don't want y'all talking about the case because that leads to deliberating and judgment.
Why are you
It's in the judgment phase.
Instructions. The judge does that.
Thank you for your time. Thank you, everybody, for coming back. We've spent a lot of time together over the next couple months, so keep an open mind. Put a lot of the bad stuff out of your mind for now.
You just put it in their mind.
What the prosecution has to say, hear what the defense has to say. At the end of this, as Mr. Allen said, when he's concluded his opening statement, he said, I'm going to come back in a couple months and ask you to find her guilty. I or Mr. Tellini in 2 months are going to ask you to find her not guilty by reason of insanity. Now the trial starts. Had opening statements, you've had all that now. He said, and I said, it's not evidence. Projected up on the board and the videos and the audios that he played. That's not evidence. Remember what the judge said. If you had to deliver a verdict right now, it's not guilty. Woman, right here, it's not guilty. He's presumed innocent. Not telling you to like it. I'm just telling you that's the way it is. I'm going to stop now because I'm running out of
No
steam.
stripes in the camera
But
today.
I really, really, really do appreciate your time. I know the judge pays due. Said
You're
earlier,
black today.
you're the ones that are making the sacrifice. You're the ones that,
Do you change colors?
are losing money because you're not able to go to work. That, your workspaces, your offices are idle. You're going to be here for 2 months. But we do. This is where we work, all of us, the attorneys. We pay. They're the ones that make the sacrifice in this case. And I do appreciate it. And on behalf of my attorney, Mr. Tellini, I know he appreciates it. Thank you.
Todd, can you get the last perimeter light, please? I'm not sure which one it is. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to give you a little bit of roadmap as to what you can expect and where we go from here. As I said this morning, opening statements are not evidence. Their purpose is only to help you understand what the evidence will be. Keep in mind that in this case, as in every case, attorneys are paid advocates. Their job is to persuade you that evidence proves or does not prove a particular point. And as I said earlier, nothing an attorney says is evidence, and they do not take an oath to tell you the truth. Next, the prosecution will offer evidence. Evidence consists of the sworn testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits received in evidence, and stipulated, admitted, or judicially noticed facts. After the prosecution's evidence, the defendant may present evidence in her own behalf, but she is not required to do so. I want to remind you that the defendant is presumed to be innocent. The prosecution must prove the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence or call any witnesses or introduce any evidence. At the conclusion of the evidence, I will tell you the rules of law which you are to use in reaching your verdict. I will read those rules of law to you, and you will be allowed to take them with you to the jury room during your deliberations. After you have heard all of the evidence and the instructions, the prosecution and the defense may make their closing arguments. Like opening statements, closing arguments are not evidence. The prosecuting attorney will have the opportunity to reply to the closing argument made by the defense. You will then go to the jury room to deliberate on a verdict. Your purpose as jurors is to decide what the facts are, and your decision must be based solely upon the evidence. It is my job to decide what rules of law apply to the case. You must follow all of the rules as I explain them to you. You may not follow some and ignore others. Even if you disagree with or do not understand the reasons for some of the rules, you must follow them. You will then apply these rules to the facts which you have determined from the evidence. In this way, you will determine whether the prosecution has proven the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. At times during the trial, attorneys may make objections. That's the part in the TV show or movie where one lawyer asks a question and the other one stands up and objects. On TV, the lawyers start to argue with each other, and then sometimes they go up to the bench and they argue with the judge. I know you're going to be surprised, but that doesn't happen in real life. The lawyers in this room have years of experience. They know that the procedure in this case is governed by a written set of rules that apply to all criminal cases called the Colorado Rules of Criminal Procedure. They also know that the evidentiary matters are governed by a written set of rules called the Colorado Rules of Evidence, which apply to all case proceedings, to all cases proceeding to trial. Watch the lawyers, and you will observe that what really happens is that an objection is made. I will ask for an explanation, something like grounds, for the objection, and the response from the attorney will be something like hearsay or foundation or relevance or 404. And most of the time, watch the attorneys closely, most of the time, the attorneys will state an objection in 5 words or less. There's not a whole lot of arguing that's going on during that time period. And regardless, the argument is never directed to opposing counsel because I'm the one making the ruling and not opposing counsel. So in reality, the lawyers rarely come up to the bench to argue a point because all they need to do is reference the rule, case, or principle they are relying upon for their objection.
They didn't have any witnesses. That was it for day one.
Somewhere along the way playing softball on one of the various teams we played on, but I didn't really get to know her until beginning
hang
of.
Hang on. Stupid thing.
Yes. Excuse me. That's a picture of Lena. Yes, sir. That would have been probably 2018 at our house in Myrtle Beach.
Defense, exhibit number.
I hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong button. Sorry. Jill's still green. This playlist. Hang on, guys. I'm working on it. Ah, dang it. No, not that video. This video. But is this the right video? That doesn't help me any. Okay. I don't know. Maybe this is.
Video and put it on YouTube, so it's out there. But playing Sonic and actually Mario was his favorite, so that was some of the favorite things I ever got to do with him. So.
Go full screen, stupid thing.
as much love as a sister and brother. Let her walk home alone. Earlier than Gannon, they were, always.
What did Gannon like to do for fun?
Oh, some of his favorite times, and all of his friends can attest to this, is just playing video games. I think he wanted to be a YouTube
See,
gamer.
I don't think
he
this is
actually was able to make one video and put it on YouTube, so it's out there. But playing Sonic and actually Mario was his favorite. So that was some of the favorite things I ever got to do with him. So
Up on your witness stand,
Mhm.
You should also have a binder.
yes, sir.
It's going to get a little crowded up there. Slot camera there. Stand in front of me. Stay there too.
Two.
Should be the first exhibit.
Yes.
What is people's exhibit?
Excuse me. That's a picture of Lena. Yes, sir. That would have been probably 2018 at our house in Myrtle Beach.
Defense, exhibit number 2 will be admitted. All right. Oops. There you go.
Where's that photo taken?
Like I said, we owned a house in Myrtle Beach
Okay.
at that time. And
This
I
is
believe
right.
That would have been the fall of 2018,
I looked it up. There's no testimony on day one, so this is right.
2012. So 6.5. Yeah. Right. Thanks. Yeah. About 6.5 years old.
Was she also born early?
She was. She actually tried to come out a little earlier than Gannon. They were, always competitive with one another. But Gannon was born at 24 weeks. She tried to come out at 22. But I think it was actually 34 weeks of, being with her mom in her tummy there before she came out. So she was about 2 months early.
What was the relationship like between you?
Oh, obviously as much love as a sister and brother can have. I think a famous quote Lena said after Gannon died was, "I'm just going to miss getting on his nerves." So if that sums it up for you right there. But yeah, he loved his sister. And one thing I always urged him to do, and I know his mama did too, was to look after his little sister. And even getting off the bus and walking home, I used to fuss at him if he let her walk home alone. And it was 3 houses away. So that was kind of the theme for us. Just be with your sister and be together,
Were you how long were you and Lena?
Just shy of 10 years. But dating and all, I think we were together 11 or so, 12 years.
You know the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir. I was married to her for 4 or 5 years, whatever it was.
When did you meet her?
I met her, I think somewhere along the way playing softball on one of the various teams we played on. But I didn't really get to know her until beginning of 2014, so January timeframe.
January, you said?
January of 2014 is when I met her and went out there and started to get to know her.
This is not intended to embarrass anybody, but were you still married to Landon?
Yes, sir. We were separated and, with the intent of getting divorced, going our separate ways. And that's when I met and started dating Tisha.
Did the defendant have her?
She did. Harley.
You move in that binder to people's exhibit number 3. That picture of her?
Sure is.
Picture of her?
Yes, sir.
When was that photo taken?
Looks like, I think that would have been 2019. It looks like her high school graduation picture, if I'm not mistaken.
This time I move for admission of people. Okay.
Exhibit 3 will be admitted.
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
I believe it was in Columbia, South Carolina, where the graduation was, somewhere in South Carolina. Because she would, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I was gonna say she finished her high school at an online school that was based in South Carolina. So she went back for the graduation.
When you began your relationship with South Carolina?
It was, yes, sir. Myrtle Beach.
When did you and the defendant get?
January 2015. Yes, sir.
Identify her and point to where she's sitting and describe what she's wearing.
T-shirt right there with the kind of green jacket on, bluish green jacket. Black.
All right, that's the record reflects that.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
What do you do for work now?
I'm an officer in the Colorado National Guard in a full-time status.
So let's talk a little bit about guard is
Typically, yeah, 1 week in a month and then a summer duty.
you said that you're full.
I am. So I am it's called AGR, and that's what I've been my whole career. Even starting in South Carolina, I was, it's active guard is what it is. Was there for rough 12 years or so. as a recruiter and in other capacities. And then I took my commission as an officer and moved states. I didn't necessarily get transferred, but I moved states to Alaska as an officer, and then spent about 2 years there, and then been in Colorado since 2019 as an officer in the Colorado Guard. So my main duties are right now as a missile defense officer.
So let's talk a little bit about the family history. You said you got married in January 2015.
Sir.
Was that in South Carolina?
Yes, sir. I went to, I got hired and went there. I reported in June. I had to come through here for some schooling. We call it TDY en route, but I got hired, went to school here, and then drove up to Alaska to be permanently stationed.
June.
2017. Somewhat. It was when I initially drove there. I had my 2 children with me, Lena and Gannon, and we made that trip, and one of the most memorable trips of my life. And then Tisha and Harley came along the way a little bit later, but they never really permanently moved there. They came for a couple weeks at a time, and then came and left and did whatever else.
Just a little bit.
Initially, well, I'll talk about during our separation. They both stayed. The kids stayed in the house, and me and Landon alternated time in the house so the kids could be as stable as possible during that tough time. Initially, the custody status, Landon had the majority time, but we were both in the same local area, so we did the best we could at sharing that time. But I think she moved in initially with her mom, and the kids stayed there with her. And that was the initial agreement.
When you said she, just so the record is clear, you're talking about
Landon, I'm sorry. Yes, Landon specifically had the custody arrangement.
At some point, custody.
Yes, that would have been in March of 2018 while I was in Alaska.
You mentioned just a moment ago, having 2, so I think.
Yes, sir.
So did you have custody of them before you actually got transferred to Alaska?
No, because that was 2017 when I took that trip initially. And then they were still with their mom, Landon, with the majority time, custody time. What they did was they spent the summer with me in Alaska, and then I flew them back home or back to their mother for the start of the next school year.
What did you move to Colorado?
I moved, me individually, I think I got boots on ground February 15th of 2019, I believe is the date I got here. And like I said, Tisha and the kids were here at the beginning of January, getting a house set and everything. The defendant. Yeah.
You may.
Show you what's been marked as people's exhibit number 4. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that looks like a map of Lorson Ranch neighborhood.
Does it have a specific address notated on that map?
It does.
What's that address?
That would have been our house at 6627 Mandan Drive.
Is it a Colorado Springs address?
It is.
Is that in El Paso County, Colorado?
It is.
You're going to move for admission of people's exhibit number 4.
Mr. Tellini, exhibit number 4 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Can you point out the label where the 6627 Mandan Drive address is?
Right here.
They're going to introduce a bunch of phone calls.
Yeah, I think just to be clear, initially, I think they had a little temporary housing on base,
Leticia.
as you do when you PCS. And then Tisha, or the defendant, found that house for rent, and we moved in.
He's on the
and I think
witness
they were
stand
already
right
in the
now.
house when I got here.
They don't show him. I don't know why.
I don't remember the specific date. I know they were already in the house by the time I got here in the middle of February.
So February 2019, when you came from Alaska to here, you went to that.
I went directly to the house from the airport.
This already, but is that address in El Paso County, Colorado?
Yes, sir.
How long did you all live in that house?
I lived there, I guess, right at a year, because when everything happened with Gannon in January of 2020, the investigation started taking place, and we pretty much decided just to move out. And the landlord allowed us to break the lease at that point. And then, so it would have been early February of 2020 when we moved out officially.
So let's just go through just a general description of that house. Was it a 2-story, a rancher with a basement?
I'm not too savvy on specific style of houses, but it had a main floor to basement.
Was the basement finished?
It was.
Was there also an unfinished area?
In the closet was unfinished. but all the areas we frequented in the house were finished.
Without where the furnace room was.
Yeah, when I said closet, that's what I was referring to, the furnace room, yes. I called it, yeah, because we kept the luggage and boxes and stuff in there. And there was another unfinished closet under the stairs as well. I'm sure we'll see that as well.
Where was the bedroom that you
On the main floor.
And was there a level above that?
Negative.
Okay, so it's just the main floor and then a basement.
Yeah, basement, yes, sir.
Who else had a bedroom?
Initially, it was Gannon when we first moved in, but at one point we switched Lena and Gannon to what we'll see as Gannon's bedroom, and Lena moved upstairs.
And how many bedrooms, other bedrooms were upstairs?
Just that one bedroom when you walk in the front door.
So 2 bedrooms.
2 bedrooms total. Yep.
And then 2 bedrooms.
Yes, sir.
Is there a living room on that main level?
Yes, sir.
Kitchen?
Kitchen. Yes, sir.
Access to the garage on that main level?
Yeah, and the access included the laundry stuff, the laundry room. So.
And then what about downstairs?
Downstairs was, as soon as you come downstairs to the left was the, I call it the closet, but the boiler room or whatever. And then Gannon's room right next to that. To the right was the I don't know, living room area in the basement. And then behind that was a bathroom and what was Harley's room, Harley's bedroom.
Have you look at the exhibit? You can look at people's 5 through 12 and just give me a heads up.
Okay.
What are those photos of?
Just different viewpoints of the house you want me to go through specifically?
Yes, I want the
Okay.
pictures of the 6627 Mandan Drive residence.
Yes, starting with the outside and working through the house.
So people's exhibit 5 is at the front of the house.
Yeah, there'll be a front view where you can see the garage and the front door, yes.
People's exhibit 6 is that.
That's as soon as you come in the front door, there's the coat closet to the left and then a view of the living room. That's walking into the house farther, you can see the couch in the living room and the kitchen to the right, as well as the back sliding patio door. You can see what's behind the curtains, but that's what that is. Same thing, it's a closer up view of the kitchen. You can kind of see the dishwasher and everything, but yeah, that's the kitchen area. 9 is basically looks like it's standing at the back sliding glass door where you can see the living room, the stairs down, and then the garage entryway there. Upstairs living room. That is a view of the master bedroom as soon as you walk in. That is a view of the laundry area. And then the next door would be access to the garage. 12 is the garage.
Are those all fair and accurate representations of those areas of the home that you just described?
Yes, sir.
Remove for admission of people's 5 through 12. Okay.
Exhibits 5 through 12 will be admitted. Go ahead. You may give me just a second, though. All right, go ahead.
So it's the front, here's the garage door up there.
It is.
Moving on to people's 6. So point out, and there's actually an extended launcher behind there.
No.
Other side. Yeah, it's right here. Other side.
Other side? Oh, yes, okay.
If you want to, you can just turn around and nothing is. Just make sure when you're pointing away from us that the furthest you're from, you can hear you.
Okay.
So what are we looking at here?
So, like I said, this is walking into the front door. This is what I use as my closet actually, but the front, what would be a coat closet. You can see the couch in the living room right there. As we walk forward, we'll see to the right is the kitchen, and this is a wall that covers the stairwell going down. But that's the living room area right in here on the main floor.
So the front door, would that be basically to our back in this photo?
Yes, as you walk in the front door is right behind us. Yes, sir.
Okay. People exhibit number 7. Tell the jury what they're looking at there.
This is where I referenced the couch in the living room, kitchen area, and the back sliding patio doors behind the curtains there.
There's a dog in the photo there as well.
Yeah, that's Chance.
And then it looks like there might be a person on the couch.
Yep, and that would be Harley right there.
Okay, people's exhibit number 8.
Same thing, here's the kitchen. I said just a second ago, dishwasher and the back sliding doors once again.
People's exhibit number 9.
Yeah, so right behind us right now would be those back patio sliding doors. And here's the stairwell going down. This is the wall I referenced in the first picture. TV living room area. And this is the entryway into the laundry room. And this would be the master bedroom behind this wall.
So sort of around the corner there?
Yeah, you could have to go around the corner and into the master bedroom.
Okay. And then people's exhibit number 10. What are we looking at there?
So yeah, going around that corner, we've come into the master bedroom now. Master bedroom doors behind us. And this would have been a window into the backyard and master bed right here.
And then sort of over to the left, what's to the left in that photo?
So
if you go sort of, if we don't have a picture of it yet, but where would that go?
So if I'm standing looking at this back door and I turn my body to the left, there'll be the bathroom, the master bathroom. And then through that master bathroom would have been the defendant's closet.
Okay.
And then People's Exhibit number 11.
Once again, looking from that living room view, this is the garage entryway we discussed, and the laundry facilities right here, and then into that through that door would be into the garage.
Okay. People's 12.
Hello.
And that is the garage.
Whose car is parked there in that garage?
That was the car that belonged to Harley.
What kind of car is that?
It's a Volkswagen Jetta. I think it was a 2018 Volkswagen Jetta.
Looks like maybe somebody's a woodworker.
Somebody.
Who's that?
I try. I don't know if I can claim to be an actual woodworker, but I give it my best shot. So
that woodworking material there, various pieces of wood and table and all that kind of thing, that's your stuff?
Yeah, pretty much this whole side of the garage was dedicated with parking bikes. But other than that, it was, just my supplies and my woodworking stuff.
What kind of stuff would you build with wood?
Well, this you see right here, actually I'm about 90% done, is a table for mom. And I surprised her with it the other day. One of my favorite things to make is like cutting boards and like epoxy boards and stuff like that. But that's kind of what I do.
So you mentioned making a table for, I think you said mom. Do you mean your mom?
Yeah, my mom sitting right over there. Yeah.
Okay. So you would make some furniture?
Yeah.
And then also cutting boards?
Cutting boards and stuff like that, yeah.
I want to have you take a look in that binder again. Okay. It should be the next exhibit, number 34. You see it there?
I have 13 is next.
So flip all the way to 34.
Flip to 34, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is that a photo of a table that you built?
Yes, sir.
Who'd you build that table for?
I built that for Gannon, so he'd have a place to put his, Legos and his, his little toys and stuff in his room.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that table that you built?
Yes, sir.
You want to move for admission and permission to publish People's 34?
Mr. Tellini?
No objection.
Exhibit 34 will be admitted. Go ahead.
So People's 34 is now displayed on the two screens here. It's fairly obvious, but just point out the table that we're talking about that you built for Gannon.
Right here, it's red and blue one, and the colors were specifically for Mario. Like I said, it's one of his favorite things, so I wanted him to enjoy that based on his Mario little thing.
And then there's some scrap wood in that photo just to the left there. Can you point that out?
Yeah, so a little piece of like OSB board, and then my circular saw here. There's more of that same OSB up there. I used that to build those in the laundry room. You saw that little shoe container. It was gray. Built it out of that wood.
So you used a term that I'm not familiar with. I'm not a woodworker. OSB. What does that mean?
OSB. It's like plywood. Different types of plywood. It's a generic term.
Okay.
Particle board is another word that's used.
Okay. And if you could pull that down the picture. And then I want to have you now flip back to People's 13 through 31. Okay. And then just flip through all of those and tell me when you're done.
13 through
31.
Thank you.
Stop at 31, you said?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Are those basically just more photos of the 6627 Mandan Drive address?
Majority of them, yes, sir.
Are they all fair and accurate representations of that house?
Yes, sir.
I move for admission of 13 through 31 and permission to publish.
Mr. Tellini?
Couple, and I'm referring to kind of 19, 20.
I'm sorry.
And
Yeah.
21. I think there needs to be more foundation laid for those photos, but for the rest of them, I don't have.
Good catch. So those are coming later. So it's 13 through 18 and then 21 through 31. My apologies.
Okay, let's go there. 13 through 18 and 21 through 31. Do you have an objection?
I do not.
All right, those photos will be admitted. Go ahead.
And permission to publish those photos, Your Honor.
You may go ahead.
All right, so we've got 13 displayed on the screen there. Describe what we're looking at there.
So if you can see over here, this carpet, this is where we came in the front door, and I said there was the wall leading down the stairs, and this is the stairway to the basement.
People's number 14.
So, yeah, I forgot to mention the stairs kind of do a wraparound. So we came down the stairs, and now we're looking down into the basement, and we had a little computer area here. But yeah, that's the basement entryway.
And 15.
So coming down the stairs to the right, this is what you would have seen, the little, I call it the downstairs living room.
So TV, sofa, that kind of
My
thing.
bike, and then the dog's kennel was over here. And then, mementos, you can see college degrees and pictures of the family and stuff.
Was it typical that you all would spend time as a family in this room?
Yeah, I mean, I watched a lot of movies with the kids down there, but we did upstairs as well. So
would the kids spend time on their own down there?
Oh yeah, a lot, because again, You can see his Nintendo Switch right here. As that was his pride and joy. And we also had a PlayStation, and they would watch movies, and so all the gaming and stuff typically took place downstairs.
Just to the right of that photo, was there a hallway that went back to that back bedroom?
Yeah,
It's hard to see.
You can kind of see a little crease right here. That's the corner, and it goes into Harley's room and then her bathroom area. And there's another closet right there.
Okay. And then People's Exhibit 16.
Yeah, so this would have been the couch we just saw in the other picture, and then this is just the back corner. I guess it would have been the northwest corner of the basement. I don't know, but yeah.
And then you sort of started to point at it there, but there's a blackish square there in the center of that carpet.
Yes, sir.
Just backing up a little bit. In January of 2020, specifically January 25th and 26th, which would have been a Saturday and Sunday, were you at home on that weekend?
No, I actually, it's kind of hard to explain my duty schedule, but every other week I work Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And that week I actually had to work day shift on a Friday and Saturday. And then I left town on Sunday. So I was at work all day Saturday, came home, the defendant and my mom was in town, and the defendant and I and my mom and the kids ate dinner. And then my mom was leaving that night. So I took her to the airport in Denver for her flight. And then I stayed in the airport. I slept across from the ticket counter on the floor there. And then because I had an early morning flight to go to Oklahoma for training for 2 weeks.
So when did you actually drive up to Denver? And I'm assuming you mean DIA.
Denver Airport, yeah, DIA. So, I mean, I get off, I don't think I got off early that evening. I usually get off at 1800 or at 6 p.m. And it was a 15-minute drive home or so. We ate dinner, and then no later than 8 o'clock, I would assume. I don't remember exactly what time mom's flight left DIA, but.
So you drive mom up to the airport, and then you just stayed at the airport because you had a flight the next day?
I had an early morning flight to through Dallas, I think, to Lawton, Oklahoma. But yeah, I did. I just slept on my duffel bag or whatever right there. There's a little seating area right across from the American Airlines ticket counter at DIA. And I just laid down on the floor right there.
So when you left on Saturday evening, whatever time it was, who was left at the Mandan Drive residence?
The defendant, and then Harley and Lena and Gannon.
Any other adults there?
Not that I know of. No.
How old was Harley at that time?
She would have been, let's see, 5102. And that was, so she was 17.
How old was
18.
How old was Gannon?
11.
And Lena?
Lena was, her birthday's in January. So, sorry, I'm doing math here. So 8, she had just turned 8.
Okay. You're doing math better than I could if I was sitting on the stand, so thank you. So when you left the house on that Saturday evening to drive mom and yourself up to the DIA, was that carpet like that when you left?
It was not, no, sir.
Did you talk to the defendant about that?
I believe she,
well, first, did you talk to her about it?
I did talk to her. She said there was an accident and a candle spill.
Okay.
I don't know if it was, let me clarify, I don't remember if it was over a text or over a phone call, but there was a conversation about it at some point.
Do you remember when you learned about a candle spill and a burn or whatever?
I'm confident that it was that Sunday night, which would have been the 26th.
Okay.
Either that or the next morning in the text messages.
And is that what we're looking at there, is sort of a cutout area of that carpet as a result of whatever burn happened?
Yeah, what I was told was, yeah, there was a spill here, but you can also see that she claimed the defendant claimed there's supposedly some candles spilled on the couch as well. You can see those little spots there. That's what she claimed that was.
Did she ever say who cut that square out like that?
When I got home, I think there was something over it. So I don't know if the defendant ever told me that she had cut anything out. I cannot remember specifically on that.
Okay. Let's move on to People's Exhibit 17.
Did they start playing the
What are we
TV
looking at
yet?
here?
So basically, you're kind of standing by the TV almost now.
Oh, it's still
And then
pictures.
you're looking back to where we came down the stairs. And this
I
would have
don't
been
know
that
why we can't see
entryway into
anything.
Harley's area. Once again, the dog kennel, we referenced that in the computer area. And this is when I call it a closet. I forget how you referenced it, but the boiler room or whatever.
I call it a storage room, but
Storage room, okay.
Unfinished area where furnace and that kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then where's Gannon's room in relation to that?
So you have this behind this wall. There's a small little hallway. As soon as you get here, you take a right, and it leads into his bedroom.
Okay. People's Exhibit 18. Is that just a closer up view of into that storage room?
Yeah. Now we're walking towards the storage room here, and then you can see this little, gap here. That's how you get into Gannon's room.
People's 21. So, Judge, we'll have to turn the screen off for just a moment. Okay, we're ready.
Hold on.
So 21 is on the screen behind you now.
Okay.
What are we looking at there?
So we've taken probably 2 or 3 steps into Gannon's room now because we're kind of in the center. This was his bed. And as I mentioned before, you can see remnants of when Lena lived here. Those are definitely not Gannon stickers, but his bed here, there's that table that I built for him for his toys. And then there would also be another bed over on this side of the room, as we're looking at it to the right. This was a storm well or whatever. I remember we're in the basement, and I believe there was a ladder in this one going up to the backyard. His closet would have been over here, and then I think he had a little TV as soon as you walk in the room to the left.
Okay. Is that essentially what Gannon's room looked like when you got back from Oklahoma?
I don't remember if I walked down there immediately or not. I think I did, but I don't remember specifically, but that's about what it would have looked like.
Okay.
That was a common appearance of his room. So
was his bed always sort of backed up into that corner?
Yeah, his bed would have been typically pushed all the way up against this wall and this wall, not pulled away for any reason.
Does it appear there's a little gap there in the?
It's hard to tell in this picture because the covers are kind of ruffled up, but.
Okay. People's Exhibit 23. Do we need to pull it down? Can you just not do it? All right, yeah, it'd be 22 first, but you can't just. So People's 22, what is that a picture of?
So now we're back in the master on the first floor, on the main floor, and we've walked into the master bathroom. You can see the shower right here with the tile and the glass door, and this would have been the defendant's closet, master closet, if you will.
So all the clothes in there and whatever other things were in there pretty much belong to the defendant?
Yeah, so as I referenced earlier, the coat closet, which is normally called is when you walk in, that's where I kept my clothes in her because the defendant had a closet full of clothes and there wasn't room for mine. So.
Okay. And then People's 23?
Yeah, this would have been just taking another step in where you can see, just her clothes, the defendant's clothes hanging up, shoes on the top rack there.
People's 24? What are we looking at?
That looks like that would have been the defendant's closet, I believe, because those were her book bags. And yeah, you can see some of the same clothes we saw in the previous picture hanging up here. So yeah, that's the defendant's closet as well.
And her shoes there?
Yeah, her shoes, another rack of shoes.
And then People's 25?
That would have been, as soon as you walk in the closet to the right, the same closet.
So I want to ask you some questions before we jump on to the next couple of photos. When did you learn about Gannon having something happen to him? You mentioned hearing something from the defendant about the burn downstairs. Was there a point in time when you learned that he was missing?
Yes, I was in Oklahoma. We had our first day of class. Like I said, I was scheduled to be there 2 weeks. Just got out our first day of class. I went and ran a couple miles, whatever it was. And then I was already back in my hotel room preparing for the next day and whatever. And then we started the conversation back and forth about he's not home yet. We had specific times for them to be home. Typically it was the street lights. It's something I used to do as a kid. I had to be home at the street lights. So we just implemented that. And he hadn't come home in time. And it was abnormal, but it wasn't worrisome. So I don't know how much you want me to go into that.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions about that. When you say that he hadn't come home yet, did you know that he hadn't come home, or is this what the defendant was telling you?
Yeah, based on the conversation that me and the defendant were having, of course, I was in Oklahoma, so I had no clue. I'm just relying on trusting her that he hadn't come back from his friend's house yet, which is where she said he had been.
And what day was that you heard this information?
This would have been the Monday, so that I believe it was the 27th.
27th.
Yeah.
Do you know if he went to school on the 27th?
According to her, he did not.
Her being?
Excuse me, the defendant. According to the defendant, he did not because he was having stomach issues and he was sick, which in my mind at that time is like, why is he going to his friend's house if he's that sick? So it was a little confusing, but.
Would it be typical if he was having digestive issues to stay home from school?
No, sir.
Okay. So that by itself was out of the ordinary.
Right.
And when did you find out that he was going to stay home from school?
I believe, without having timestamps, I believe it was that morning. And I think she sent me some photos saying, Gannon's home, here he is, or whatever.
Yep. And then when you found out from the defendant that he had potentially gone to a friend's house and hadn't come home, do you know what time that was?
I mean, I don't know specifically without looking when that conversation started, but it was already in the evening where I was when we started that conversation.
So you learn in the morning that Gannon doesn't go to school from the defendant because of stomach issues, and then sometime in the evening you learned that he had gone to a friend's house and had not come home. And that all comes from the defendant.
Yes, sir.
When did you get back to Colorado?
I came as soon as I can after I decided basically that there was something actually wrong. So the 27th, as soon as I decided he's missing, I got to come home. I had not to get ahead, but I think the defendant had called 911. I don't know about when the police came to the house, but I know I also called them and said, hey, what's going on? My son's out there somewhere. And at that point, I called our travel people and said, hey, I need an emergency ticket home. And I left. I had a buddy drive me to Oklahoma City, and I left from Oklahoma City airport early the next morning.
So let's unpack that just a little bit.
Sure.
So to your memory, the defendant tells you that she called 911?
She did.
Was it that specifically, or was it an accumulation of things that made you worried and decide that you need to get back home and see what's going on?
Yeah. So like I said, I didn't know how deep you wanted me to go at that point. I had also contacted numerous of Gannon's friends' parents in the neighborhood that I knew, he would typically frequent their house and play with their kids and stuff. And none of them had even seen him. So then it started to become an issue. There was also another claim about some new friend on the school bus and some other stuff surrounding that. I'm sure we'll get into. Do you want me to go into that? Okay. All right. There was that. And so I started asking the parents about, do you know this person's name, or do you know anything about another person? And so it started compounding, as you said, to become more worrisome.
So basically you're accumulating information and growing more worried. Is that what you're describing?
Yes, sir.
And then when you said you called your travel people, do you mean you called the National Guard folks?
Well, we have like a central billing travel type agency that does all of our flights and stuff like that. So I just called them. I think it's called Sato. I don't remember exactly, but I called them. On my orders, it has the emergency number. So I just called that, say, hey, I got to go home. This is happening.
Okay.
I also called Landon and some of her family as well to try to notify them, hey, I'm going home. Something's wrong.
When did you actually then fly out of, I think you said Oklahoma City?
Yeah. So one of my battle buddies or whatever, one of my guys in my class took me up to Oklahoma City because that was the only flight they could find. Or the soonest flight they could find. And early the next morning, I spent the night sitting once again, right across from the ticket counter at Oklahoma City. I don't remember the flight time.
So when you say the next morning, is that January 28th?
Tuesday, January 28th. Yes, sir.
Did you get any sleep that night?
No, I just sat there and whatever.
Did you fly back to DIA or did you fly to Colorado Springs?
I think I don't remember exactly. I knew I left Oklahoma City, but I'm pretty sure I got back to, I know I got back to Colorado Springs. All the different legs I don't remember, to be honest, but I know I came into Colorado Springs.
So you remember being picked up from Colorado Springs Airport?
Yes, sir.
Who picked you up?
The defendant.
So let's talk about that just a little bit. Did she have her own vehicle at that time?
I don't know what she drove to the airport based on my...
Listen to the question. Did she have her own vehicle?
We went and got a rental. Well, she went upstairs and got a rental car.
Did she have her own vehicle that you all owned that she would typically drive? Bad questions on my part. Does she have a vehicle that she would typically drive?
Oh, does she have one?
At that time?
Yes, she did. It was a Volkswagen T1.
Okay. What color was it?
Black.
Okay. What did she actually pick you up in at the airport?
Like I said already, she went upstairs. I was down at the luggage carrier. She went upstairs to get a rental vehicle.
Okay. Did that seem odd to you?
Absolutely.
Okay. At some point, were you in contact with Landon with this news of Gannon being missing?
Absolutely. And once I decided there was an issue, and a legitimate issue, I think I called her first, can't get a hold of her, and then I started calling her daddy and other family members to try to get a hold of her. But I did talk to her Monday on the 27th that evening while still in at Fort Sill. And then I'm sure, I don't remember exactly along the way, but she said, I'll be there. And she started getting her travel arrangements set to get there. So
did she actually then come out to Colorado?
She did.
Where did she stay when she came to Colorado?
Initially, I don't remember how many nights. I think she stayed at my house for a night or two. I don't remember specifics. Majority of the time she got a hotel in town. It wasn't long that we all stayed in the house because we had to leave. So
when she got to town, and I think you said, did she come straight to your house?
I saw her for the first time at the sheriff's office, El Paso County Sheriff's Office downtown.
Okay. Well, was she staying somewhere in Colorado? Did she go to your house?
So she, from my recollection, she landed, came straight to the sheriff's office. I don't know if she did anything in between, but I saw her at the sheriff's office. We left there, I think, in my truck and went home to my residence, 6627.
Okay. Did the fact that Landon was going to be staying in your house at 6627 cause tension between you and the defendant?
From her perspective, I can't speak for her perspective. I didn't see their need for tension because there's a little boy missing, and we got to fight together at that point.
Okay. So, but was there tension between the two of you over that decision to allow Landon to be at the house?
I believe it created some tension in her mind.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't have that tension. No, sir. I'm just going to speak to
right. A disagreement though. Did she get mad at you for allowing Landon to be?
Yeah, we disagreed on that note. Yes.
Okay. At some point then, did that cause the defendant to actually move out of the Mandan Drive house? And I'm not asking you for specific days, just a yes or no.
I believe that's what she said caused her, the defendant caused her to move out. Yes.
I'm going to object at this point. It's unclear if he's just speculating as to what was going on in the defendant's mind, or if this was actually verbalized to him. If it was verbalized to him, I think he can testify. If he's just speculating as to what she was thinking, I think it's inappropriate.
I agree. I don't think that he can testify as to what she was thinking at the time. He can testify as to what she did. He can testify as to what she said.
And that's what I'm trying to get across here. And I'm actually asking for a physical thing. Did she physically go to the house and take things out of the house and move out?
She did, absolutely.
Roughly when did that occur?
Within the first week.
Okay.
I don't remember the exact dates. I'm sure we'll get to that.
Okay. And so if we can put up People's Exhibit 26.
26 hasn't been admitted yet.
I move for admission of 21 through
Oh, you're
31.
right. That's right. Yep. I'm sorry. Whoops. Go ahead.
All right. What is depicted in People's 26?
This would have been the defendant's closet in the master bedroom, bathroom area. Looks like it's been emptied out.
Okay. So did you move anything out of that closet?
No, sir, I did not.
Who did?
The defendant.
There's still some things that were left behind, it looks like?
Yes, sir, it appears so.
Are those some of the defendant's items as well? It may be hard to tell, but
It's hard to tell. I mean, that, you want me to be specific here? I mean, some of that stuff is my items, but
so I'm asking more about the things hanging. It looks like there's a belt or something and then some sort of a jacket maybe.
this belt looks like it would have been mine. Actually, I remember it because I had that little crease in it. And I cannot tell what jacket that is, to be specific about it.
Okay. And then People's Exhibit 27. Is this another view of that same closet?
Yes. So that would have been my sweater. I don't know whose sweatshirt that is. And those are linens from our bedroom.
Linens from your bedroom?
Yeah, up here in the top corner from our bed.
Okay. And then, so looks like you said the defendant came in there and moved all those things out.
Yes, sir.
You didn't help her at all?
No, sir. There were other people helping her.
Okay. And then I want to jump now to People's Exhibit 28. What is this?
So this was Harley's room, and the door to Harley's room would have been over in this area, and then that's a door into her closet.
Okay. And then People's 29.
And that's walking into her closet, it looks like.
Her being Harley?
Harley, yes, I'm sorry.
So the clothes and the shoes and whatnot, is that all Harley's?
Those are Harley's shoes, yes, sir.
And then when the defendant moved out the week of that 27th, did Harley also move out?
Harley did, yes, sir.
Let's move on to People's Exhibit 30. Is that Harley's clothes hanging in that closet?
Yes, sir.
And People's 31. Is that the way the closet looked after Harley and Letecia moved out later the week of the 27th?
Yes, sir.
You can take that down now, Judge. Thank you. I want to go through and have you describe for us how you all would communicate. Did each person basically in the family, and when I say each person, I mean you, the defendant, Harley, have cell phones?
All three of us did. Yes, sir.
With separate phone numbers?
Separate phone numbers, yes, sir.
And then was there a fourth phone number that was assigned to Gannon and Lena?
Yes, sir. It was like the kid's phone, yes, sir.
Okay. What was your phone number back then?
My phone number, 843-478-6714.
Who was the provider for that phone number?
I was.
I'm sorry, the cell phone provider.
Oh, AT&T.
Okay. And then what about Gannon's or the kid's phone?
843, I remember it was 6724 because it was just one digit off of my end. I don't remember the middle three.
Okay. So 843 area code.
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. And then the last four, 6724.
6724.
Okay. Who was the cell phone provider for that phone?
AT&T.
And then let's talk about Harley. Do you remember her phone number at that time?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. Do you know who the cell phone provider
It
was?
was AT&T.
AT&T.
Also 843 area code for sure.
What is 843 area code?
That's coastal South Carolina at the time.
And then what about the defendant? Did she also have a cell phone?
She did.
Who was the cell phone provider for that phone?
AT&T.
Do you know her phone number?
Yeah, yes, sir. 843-655-7460.
During the course of the investigation, did law enforcement ask you for access to the phone associated with the kids or Gannon's phone?
Yes, sir.
We'll come back to that. We've already talked a little bit about vehicles. What was your vehicle?
I had I believe it was 2016, but Nissan Frontier. It was red, had a 6-inch lift on it, some big mud tires.
Was it a Titan?
No, it was a Frontier.
Frontier?
Nissan Frontier.
And you said what year was it?
I believe 2016, either 2015 or 2016.
Okay. Who typically drove that vehicle?
Typically, I did.
Anybody else drive it?
The defendant from time to time.
Did she like driving it?
I don't remember ever enjoying driving it.
Okay. And then what about Harley? We saw a picture of it, but that was a white VW Jetta, I think you said.
Yes, sir. 2018, I believe.
And then what about the defendant?
She had, I think it was 2019, but a Tiguan, a black Tiguan with black rims and kind of blacked out tint on her windows.
Did you all own that vehicle?
No, that was a lease.
So now I want to jump back to what we were talking about earlier when she picked you up at the airport. Did she give you a reason? Did she say why she wanted to drive a rental vehicle as opposed to her normal vehicle?
Yeah, her reasoning was we would be doing a lot of searching and driving around looking for Gannon, and due to her vehicle being a lease, she didn't want to go over the mileage on whatever those requirements or allotments were.
What kind of vehicle did she rent?
A little small. I don't remember. I think maybe a Kia. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was a small little sedan.
What color was it?
I believe silver.
Was it white maybe?
Maybe white.
You don't have a good memory of that?
I don't, because we just parked it in the driveway and drove my truck around. So, which made totally no sense.
So let's talk about that. Did you actually own the pickup at that time?
I did.
Not a lease issue?
No, I was paying the note off, but I mean, I owned it. It was my name.
Why was it strange to you, the way you said this earlier, that there was a rented vehicle as opposed to her normal Tiguan vehicle that she was picking you up in?
Once again, and I know I've made this statement already about something else, but in these moments when it's an emergency, things like miles on your car don't matter. It doesn't matter what car we drive if we're going searching. So it just, and in the moment, I'm just like, whatever, just do what you want. But yeah, it didn't make any sense.
Did she tell you where the Tiguan was?
She did. She said it was, so, because I asked, it brings back memory. I asked, how did you get to the airport if your car's not here? Well, I parked it at French Elementary School, which is where she was employed. And one of my coworkers brought me, or former whatever it was, one of my coworkers brought me to the airport and dropped me off.
So just so we're clear, you asked her about that, and she told you that one of her coworkers drove her to the airport and dropped her off.
Absolutely.
Is French Elementary School close to the Mandan Drive address?
I mean, it's on the south end of town, but I mean, it's a couple miles away.
Okay. Did you ever drive over to French Elementary School to look for that vehicle?
I did.
Did you find it there?
I did not.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely.
Let's talk about Gannon's relationship with the defendant. How would you describe that relationship?
Trusting. I'm comfortable saying I think he had love in his heart for her. I don't think he was afraid of her or any fear for her. One of the things about Gannon that is special, and I think it's special about a lot of young boys, he absolutely loved his mom. And he had some of that same love for Tisha too.
So he was a mama's boy?
He was, absolutely.
How was, I guess, who would discipline the kids? And when I say the kids, I'm talking about the little ones, so Lena and Gannon.
Both of us, both myself and the defendant.
I want to get into now your relationship with the defendant. We talked about how you met her. How would you describe the relationship? Was it a loving relationship? What was it?
At what point?
Well, let's start at the beginning.
Okay. I think loving is a good example. It was fun. It was, as you brought up, I was coming off of a divorce. So yeah, it was fresh. It was new. I had a good time. I didn't have custody of the kids at that point. So we were a little bit more free and, things we could do.
How old were Gannon and Lena when you met the defendant?
When I met her?
Yep.
2 and 5, I believe. I think that's right.
When did you first move in together?
So my officer school took me through August. I had to go to a 2-week phase in Alabama. Landon and I sold the house, and it was I think I signed the papers and it sold while I was gone, but right in that same time frame, late July, early August, when I got back is when I might have moved my stuff into where we started renting a house, but I moved in late August.
Of what year?
Like that, 2014.
When did you first meet Harley?
Earlier in 2014, maybe March. I remember. Well, let me back up. I had exposure to her at the softball games and stuff, but I never really, had a conversation with her. But when I first met her, I actually remember helping her doing her homework the first time I met her. She was doing some vocabulary. I don't know why that stands out, but yeah, I was at Tisha's apartment in spring of 2014.
When were you officially commissioned in the National Guard?
I took my commission June 9th, 2016.
Did you change your duty assignment roughly around that same time?
Yeah, I was in National Guards, as you mentioned, is mostly reserve. So before I commissioned, I was enlisted, I made it up to Sergeant First Class, E7. And in active guard status, I had to resign my full time in order to take my commission. And then I was in the reserve status for about 9 months before I went to Alaska.
Okay, so what I'm asking is, did you have to change where you were living and where you were assigned with the National Guard after you took your commission?
Not immediately.
Did you at some point move to Columbia, South Carolina?
I didn't move there. I had, as soon as I commissioned, like I said, it's kind of hard to explain. National Guard's a little different. I resigned my full-time status, but you can get on temporary orders. And so I was on temporary orders in Columbia for a couple months. But I was close enough where I could commute, half the time or whatever.
Okay.
But I just stayed at the Armory in Columbia, South Carolina.
So that's when you say you stayed there, that's where you were working.
I worked there, and then I got a cot and stayed in an extra room down the hall or whatever it was.
And then the house that you mentioned earlier in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, did you and the defendant buy that house?
Right around that same time, yes, sir.
Do you remember going to Oklahoma roughly around that same time as well?
I did. I wasn't slated to go until January, and this trip to Oklahoma would have been for 6 months, and this was for my basic officer course, not to be confused with the 2 weeks in 2020.
Right.
So I went there. I was slated to go in January, but somebody dropped out, so I was able to go, I think, the end of July, and it took me through December, just shy of 6 months.
Did you take either Gannon and Lena with you to Oklahoma for this 6-month period?
I did not. At that point, their mother still had majority custody, so but they did come and visit. There was a few holidays or whatever, and I came home a couple of times to visit during that time period.
What about the defendant? Did she ever come to Oklahoma to visit?
The defendant did, as well as Harley.
Did she ever move to Oklahoma during that 6-month period with you?
She never moved. I don't remember her staying at maximum a week. I don't even think she stayed that long at any point.
Was it that year, 2016, when you learned of the job up in Alaska?
I did. While I was in Oklahoma, I learned of that.
Was that something that interested you?
Absolutely.
Did you apply to that position?
Absolutely.
When you finished that training in Oklahoma in 2016, where did you go after finishing that training?
I came home, I say home, but came to the house that the defendant and I owned in Myrtle Beach.
Okay. When did you actually get transferred up to Alaska, if you can tell us?
Yeah, so I spoke to this earlier. I came here for schooling. I got here, I think, April 1st, did 2 months here, and then I took the trip with the kids up to Alaska. So I think June 9th or something like that, I got up there. But I was on orders in the Alaska Guard on my way here, and then just did my training. So
You said June. What year are we talking about?
2017, once again. Yeah.
What was the, I'm a Navy guy, so I don't understand National Guard.
Okay.
Are they bases, forts? What are they called?
Most of the time, your typical National Guard duty is going to be at an armory, like a local reserve center or something. They're all over Colorado Springs. This one is a little different because it was an active Guard unit, which is kind of rare in the Guard. But it was at Fort Greely, Alaska. I was stationed and lived on base.
So how long were you stationed up at Fort Greely?
Just shy of 2 years. Like as I mentioned, I got hired on in March. Went to my school here, and then that was 2017, and then February 2019, I was transferred here.
Was it roughly around that time that you actually filed for custody of Gannon and Lena?
No, I think I actually filed for custody before I left to Alaska. So is that the time period you're talking about?
Yeah. So when did you file for custody of Gannon and Lena?
So like February or March of 2017. I don't remember specific dates, but it was before I was leaving. Yes, sir.
Do you remember a specific incident occurring prior to you leaving for training where you and the defendant got into an argument?
Yes,
in
sir.
2017?
In 20. Don't remember. Is there more you can give me?
I can't ask you leading questions, so I got to ask an open-ended question.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So I think we did get into an argument, a verbal argument about me taking the job in Alaska. That was a point of tension for sure.
Did she tell you whether she was supportive of you taking that job in Alaska or not?
I don't remember specifically if she said supportive, but all indications were no.
Was that the source of the fight?
I would say yes. That was the source of many verbal disagreements and arguments in that time period.
Were you all living together at that particular time?
Yes.
When this fight occurred?
Yes, sir. In the house in Myrtle Beach.
Okay. Did the defendant take specific action regarding your belongings in the house?
Yeah, yes, sir. The day I was supposed to leave to come to Colorado for training, which would have been late March. I don't remember the specific date. Yeah, she threw all my stuff in the front yard and whatever, just said I'm done with you kind of thing.
Said that, so you said, she said, I'm done with you kind of thing?
And I'm not quoting directly, but that's the theme of it. I'm done. Take your stuff and go and whatever.
Obviously the relationship didn't end then, is that right?
No, I think it was actually about a week or 8 or 9 days before we talked again. Not a lot of communication in those. I didn't talk to her the whole trip here, and then it was a couple of days after I got here, I think. So yeah, it was tough times.
You mentioned earlier that the defendant actually did come up to Alaska.
Yes, sir.
When did that occur?
Various times. I don't know. I don't remember specifically when she first showed up. Had already been there for a while. But she did come and then stayed for a week or 2 or 3 weeks here, a month there. I mean, she never moved there. I never felt like she moved there, I should say.
Well, and I'm probably just asking a bad question, but was there a period of time where it seemed as if there was a move where she actually brought Harley with her to Alaska?
Yes, there was a period of time, and this would have been that first summer, because what she told me was that she was looking for a job at the school and that she had enrolled Harley at the school in Delta Junction is the town, but that she was enrolled there. And then, that's where we're at.
Delta Junction, Alaska.
Yeah, which is where Fort Greely, the base, is located, is Delta Junction.
So did the defendant and Harley actually come to Alaska during that time frame?
They did. Those have been sometime June or July. I don't remember how long they stayed, like I said, but.
Did the defendant ever tell you, did you say something, Judge? No. Okay, sorry. Did the defendant ever tell you whether she enjoyed being in Alaska?
She actually told me the opposite quite a bit, that she hated it there, that we should give it back to Russia. So.
Give Alaska back to Russia?
Just give it to them because it's so bad up there.
Would the defendant use manipulation on you in your relationship?
Absolutely.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Go ahead, you can answer.
Absolutely.
In this time period that we're talking about, where you were in Alaska, and she's telling you that she hated it, did she manipulate that situation to try to get you to leave that duty station?
Yes, sir. At the end, she did.
When you say the end, what do you mean by the end?
That's what her manipulating a situation is what led me to leave Alaska.
When did the manipulation in that regard change or cause you to start to leave Alaska?
That specific incident or set of incidents would have been in the fall of 2018.
What was the nature of that manipulation?
Objection 4.4b.
Counsel approach, please.
What?
Ladies and gentlemen, do not discuss the case. We're going to take a break until about 10:40. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own investigation about any aspect of this case. And if we can have everyone back in the jury room ready to go at 10:40, we should be able to start on time at that point. All right, for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. We were having a discussion at the bench regarding the permissible areas to go into. And it seems to me, Mr. Allen, that what you can do is, I think it's probably safer just to use some leading questions, talk with your witness as well. But I do think that he can talk, as I understand it, what the evidence is going to be, or the offered evidence is going to be, is that Ms. Stauch made a claim regarding sexual harassment.
That's right.
Against some other people in his unit that may have made it uncomfortable for Mr. Stauch to remain in that unit, and apparently that's why he decided to change duty station. We're not going to get into what the substance of those allegations were. Mr. Stauch, you would be prohibited from saying or testifying whether or not you believed those allegations, whether or not you thought she was making them up, those kinds of things. You can say that she made them, and you can say that you can testify about how that made you feel and why you wanted to move, but you cannot testify about whether or not you thought they were true unless she told you something different. Okay? All right.
Well, Judge, I think it's as I was saying at the bench, it's a form of manipulation to get that to happen. And so I do think it would be proper for him to say whether it was an attempt by the defendant to manipulate him being assigned to that duty station,
He can go ahead.
leading to him then changing duty stations to Colorado.
He can testify that he thought she was manipulating him, but he cannot testify that that's what she thought.
There you go.
Because in this case, I do think that there's some issue about whether or not the defendant may have manipulated certain events or whether or not the defendant may have manipulated certain conduct at some point in time. And so I do think that that is relevant. I think it's admissible. I think it goes to some of the heart of the issue of the evidence in this case. So I think that he can testify as to whether or not he thought he was being manipulated and leave it at that. I don't think he can go any further than that. Mr. Tellini?
Yeah, and so I've got a couple different.
Go ahead.
I mean, one, basically what we're talking about, at least it sounds to me, and I'm making a record, that we're talking about propensity evidence. She manipulated him in Alaska, therefore when she was doing this other stuff in January of 2020, February of 2020, must have been manipulation of well, that is propensity. Further, there has been no 404B notice filed by the district attorney of the prior bad acts. I'm unaware of any case that I've come across that does away with Rule 404B just because we raised the issue of not guilty by reason of insanity. Obviously, we have some different experts that are going to come on that have been provided different evidence. Some of that may be described as 404B. And so that influence that expert's decision, I think it would be relevant and admissible through that expert. I just don't think it's admissible through this witness we have here. Because whether or not he felt manipulated or not has no real bearing on what was going on in 2020, unless we're talking about propensity, or unless we're talking about other motive, other types of stuff that would need to be endorsed under 404B.
Mr. Allen?
Judge, they have put the defendant's mental condition into relevance by claiming NGRI. This witness specifically spent a lot of time with this defendant over many years. And so case law is clear that he can comment on whether she was sane or not, and if she was having any mental health issues, which I do intend to get into. There is evidence, as we know from preliminary hearing, that the defendant attempted to manipulate this investigation, and we're going to have evidence from different people on that point as well. And that's sort of the track record of this particular defendant. That's not a bad act. That's mental condition evidence that they have put in play by claiming NGRI.
I tend to agree with the prosecution here. I've read all of the psychological examinations, the competency and the sanity examinations. I'm also familiar with the facts that are involved in this case. I don't think it's necessarily propensity, but I also think that it would be appropriate to ask any of the experts that are coming whether or not conduct by the defendant in fall of 2018 would be an example of manipulation by the defendant. And if this testimony is not permitted at this point in time, or this evidence is not admitted at this point in time, there wouldn't be a basis by which to ask the expert that question when they take the stand. So I understand that you disagree, but I think that I do think it's appropriate. I think it is more of intrinsic rather than extrinsic evidence. So I am going to allow it. But again, Mr. Stauch will not be permitted to say whether or not he believed that those allegations were false or not. And he can testify as to what happened, how he reacted to it. And we're dealing with a relationship between the people. It has a lot to do with his mental state, Mr. Stauch's mental state at the time that the investigation was going on, based on his history with the defendant. It also has something to do with the way that the defendant may have acted at the time all of this happened, based on her history with him. So I'm going to allow it, and you can do it through leading questions. All right. All right, with that, we will take our break. And so if Ms. Stauch needs a break, we need to do that now. Oh, all right. Thank you, Mr. Cook. All right, court will be in recess. Thank you. Mr. Stauch, you may want to talk with Mr. Allen about what the parameters are.
See,
Thank you, sir.
what I'm telling you, she's a piece of work. She said that she had been essayed by people in his unit to where it was impossible for him to still work there. Because she wanted him to come home and not be in Alaska. She didn't like it there. This woman is. Oh.
So that's just, I was trying to think of any Red's just like haze, I can think of top of my head.
With you when you went to
I don't remember, I don't know if frustration is right, or I don't remember what the feeling was that she displayed, but there was a conversation about it.
well, how would you characterize the way that she was expressing that story to you?
I mean, I can speak more generally. I just know that it was always a frustrating or she didn't like to have to clean it up or deal with that
Wait,
part of
I
Gannon.
think I'm
Having to clean up after?
Yeah, when he had an accident.
Okay. Fine. Any confusion?
I don't think the proper foundation has been laid as far as the admission of the exhibit, as far as where these text messages came from, how they came into being, and so I think they'll probably be laid through a different witness later on.
I don't have Exhibit 32, so all I know is that they are generally described as text messages. Let me see them.
So it'll be closer to the front.
January 27th at what time?
So it'll be closer to the front.
January 27th at what?
Is that? Mr. Allen?
So, Mr. Stauch, how do you know what those are?
Just some of the ones I've looked at so far come back to my mind of text messages and conversations myself and the defendant had in this general time frame.
Did you receive those on your personal cell phone that is signified by the phone number on the front cover of that sheet?
Yes, sir. To the best of my recollection, yes, sir.
And the number that they are attributed to as to coming from, is that from essentially what you understand as the defendant's phone?
Yes, sir.
The objection's overruled. Exhibit 32 is admitted.
If you, I'm not going to have all of these displayed on the screen, Mr. Stauch, because it would be obviously a lot of text messages there. But can you flip to January 27th at 2:48 a.m.?
Is it a page number?
No, you'll have to look at the time and date stamp. So it'll be closer to the front.
January 27th at what time?
2:48 a.m.
2:48 a.m. Yes.
Do you see a text message from the defendant's phone at 2:48 a.m. on January 27th?
Yes, sir.
What does that text message say that was sent to you?
It says he is in the bathroom again and blood coming out butthole, and he is crying about going to school tomorrow like this. And he is still upset about the candle accident. I told him it's fine and that as long as he was okay, not to worry about something minor we can fix, and let's worry about his stomach hurting.
So when the text message in your mind says he is, who is the he is in that text message?
Gannon.
How do you know that?
Because I don't know if it's in these text message thread, but we had discussed his that specific stomach incident previously already in this general time frame.
Okay. So based on context, you were able to determine that at least from the defendant's phone is a text saying that Gannon is bleeding out of his butt.
Yes.
Had that ever occurred before?
If there was any, I mean, so and I mentioned this previously, he did have a stomach issue where he'd get severely constipated and would have, that'd be too graphic, but have, some large pieces of stool that was hard to pass. And he may have a little bit of blood in the stool or but he would never bleed like a gush or drip or anything like that. It would just be a drop or something associated with that. So nothing serious like this.
Okay. Can you find a text at 8:10 a.m. that has a reference to lighting a candle, Gannon lighting a candle?
What date, Mr. Allen?
Same day.
Same day.
If I change the day, I'll tell you, but
Okay.
8:10 a.m.
Thank you. 8:10 a.m. Don't see 8:10 a.m. about the candle.
Well, do you generally remember getting a text from the defendant's phone referencing that Gannon lit a candle because of the smell from poop?
Yes, I remember that.
Was that odd to you that purportedly Gannon would light a candle?
Yeah, I don't remember him ever playing or lighting candles on his own accord. If he was directed to, maybe, but never, going in and doing that on his own.
Next thing I want to ask you about is, were you aware from the defendant about the defendant taking Gannon and Lena hiking at Garden of the Gods on the 26th?
Sir.
What did the defendant tell you about that hiking trip?
I believe there was some talk about him pooping in his pants or having an accident during that hiking, somewhere in that afternoon that they went hiking.
Did the defendant express any frustration with that incident?
I don't remember. I don't know if frustration is right word. I don't remember what the feeling was that she displayed, but there was a conversation about it.
Well, how would you characterize the way that she was expressing that story to you?
I mean, I can speak more generally. I just know that it was always a frustrating or she didn't like to have to clean it up or deal with that part of Gannon.
Having to clean up after
when he had an accident.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we already had previously talked about, you got a text message on the 28th in the morning, 2 text messages actually with those pictures of Gannon in bed.
From the bedroom, yes, sir.
Do you remember that?
Absolutely.
Okay. When you got back to Colorado from Oklahoma, did you meet with detectives at a Starbucks?
Yes, the Starbucks in Fountain, yes, sir.
Was that on January 28th, 2020? So
Tuesday, yes, sir. It was Tuesday the 28th, yes, sir.
Okay. Who was with you when you went to that Starbucks?
Myself and the defendant. I mean, and then whatever detectives were there. I don't remember specifically. I think there was 2 or 3, but as far as our side goes, it was myself and the defendant.
The phone that we admitted earlier, Gannon's phone, is that when you gave that phone to the detectives so that they could use it for investigative purposes?
I believe so, but I don't remember specifically when I turned it over to them.
Okay. What did you tell the detectives at that time? And I'm asking in the general sense. Obviously, you probably don't remember word for word.
Yeah, I know we're working through he's missing and what we had done so far, I think, and what I knew about what I had done as far as like calling his friend's parents and, calling his mom and stuff like that. I remember that being a part of it, I think. Also, we had his Nintendo Switch box because he was.
So let me stop you there and we'll get to some of that.
Okay.
When you said what you had done as a result of he being missing, you're talking about Gannon.
Yes, sir.
Just for the record again. Were you sitting at the same table as the defendant during that time?
We were sitting side by side. Yes, sir.
Were you able to hear what she was telling to the detectives?
Yes, sir.
What did she tell the detectives about Gannon's disappearance?
I don't remember specifically, but it was all centered around him being missing or running away, not coming home. That the storyline up to that point.
Well, okay. So what we had talked about earlier was that he had gone to a friend's house and had not come home.
Right. Yes, sir.
Same thing.
Yes, sir.
She was telling the same story at that time.
Yes, sir.
And then we talked earlier about you going to the sheriff's office to give an interview. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then you had a follow-up interview at the sheriff's office as well.
Yes, sir.
Did those both occur on January 28th?
Yes, sir.
When you went the first time, where was the defendant at that time?
I do not know. I went because. Okay.
Yep. So you don't know where the defendant was?
I do not.
Did she go with you to the sheriff's office?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you tell the sheriff's office detectives during that interview?
I don't remember all the specifics. I have heard the interview, but I don't remember all the specifics. I know I was more vague with what I was telling them about mine and the defendant's relationship because I didn't. This was before I went to search for the black car, or before I went to search for the defendant's car. So I didn't really suspect anything for you. Like I mentioned previously, that black car was really, or the search for that black car was really what changed my mind about what was going on. So I was just trying to find my son at that point. I didn't think anything else really was going on. I was just missing. So once again, I don't remember all the specifics. I just remember I was more vague about whatever was going on in my life.
So again, just to make sure that we're all clear, the defendant didn't go with you to the sheriff's office?
No, sir.
Did you reiterate basically the same story that Gannon was missing and hadn't come home?
I believe I did, yes, sir.
And it sounds like what you're describing is that you were telling this in a more general sense because of all of the things that you were talking about.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then it was after that, based on the way you just said that you went to look for the defendant's car at French Elementary School?
Yeah, like I said this morning, I left that first interview, went home, checked on the girls, and then went out to search again to Walmart, planning on going to the game section or whatever. And then it hit me to go look for the car at French Elementary School. Wasn't there, and I didn't get too far out of the parking lot of French before I called. I think I got a hold of Bethel, who it was, and said, "Hey, something's wrong." And I was actually freaking out pretty hard. And they're like, "Calm down, just come back downtown." And that's when I did the second interview.
So what was it about you not finding the car at French Elementary School that caused you to, as you just now described it, to freak out?
Well, two things. It was a flat out lie in my estimation. That's my perspective. Because she told me the car was there and never told me she had moved the car. And a few other things, and once again, I don't want to get into hearsay, but things I didn't see that people had told me. I was putting all these pieces together, and then that was the first lie I in my mind I confirmed.
So yeah. Yeah.
I'm trying.
So there's a lot here.
Yeah.
And obviously we're talking about your son and
Yes.
understand that this is a stressful moment for you, having to recollect this from 3 years ago.
I forgot that this was done. I don't know if it's Zoom or WebEx or what, but it sucks. I don't know why they don't have a camera on the witness stand. It's stupid. But little Miss Priss is going to move over here by her attorney and get all flirty and giggly with him. So you're going to see more of her. She's going to get admonished for doing that, for hiding behind her hair, for shooting birds at people, all kinds of stuff. And then she's going to be made to go sit back over where she is now.
Really listen to what the question is and just answer that question, okay? When you went to look for the defendant's car at French Elementary School, did you find it?
No.
Did that cause you to change your opinion as to, along with other things like you said this morning, as to the nature of Gannon's disappearance?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
When you went to the sheriff's office that second time, so later in the evening on January 28th, did you specifically tell the detectives what you thought was in the defendant's car based on the information you had?
Yeah, I made a statement to them about, they asked me that question and I just replied with what I thought I was going to find in the car.
What did you think you were going to find if you found the car?
I think my hope was to find Gannon. That was the whole point of searching, was to find Gannon.
So you thought Gannon might be in that car?
I had no clue, but that's what I said to them. Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then if you can flip in those text messages to January 29th at 7:19 a.m.
Sir, I believe I'm here.
Do you see text messages on that time frame from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Do you see any text messages wherein you're getting text messages about a rape?
About what?
Rape,
You said January 29th, 7:20 a.m. or
7:19 a.m. We're not publishing. Oh, you did? Oh, sorry.
Hadn't been admitted, so I thought that's what you wanted.
I thought we did it, Judge.
Oh, no, it was me.
I don't.
And is always the case with technology, now the screen is black on this computer. So while I'm trying to get this computer up, Mr. Stauch, do you remember when it was that you were notified from the defendant about a rape story? I'm not asking you to look at the text messages.
Yes, absolutely. It's in relation to these texts. She was asking me to come talk to her in the bedroom through the text message. As I stated this morning, I was sleeping on the couch. She was in the bedroom. And then I finally gave in and went in and accepted her request to talk. And that's when she started telling the first rape story.
What did she tell you about a rape story?
The first story was that, like I said, she had got raped. The person, there was, not just the sexual part, but she had been beat up or whatever. And then Gannon also had been beat up, and he talked about his burns and all that stuff as well. And then Gannon was taken by this person. That it happened in Gannon's bedroom, and that she cleaned up the mess. And I think that was the brunt of the first version of the story.
Did she tell you where that rape had occurred?
Yes, sir. I think you were messing with computers, but
Yeah.
it happened in.
I was.
Yeah, absolutely. She said it specifically happened in Gannon's bedroom.
Did you go into the bedroom and talk to her?
Yeah, but prior to this first rape story, I
No.
did, yes.
What I'm saying is, you were describing that you were in the living room sleeping on the couch. I think you said that she was inside the bedroom texting you.
Yes.
Did you go into the bedroom and talk to her?
Yes, sir. Prior to her starting the rape story.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I got enough computers here. What was her demeanor like when you went into the bedroom?
She seemed a little frantic, a little, I mean, that's the best way to put it, just frantic and, but I don't know any way to describe it. It was just kind of all over the place.
Well, let me ask you
Freaking out,
this.
but-
Let me ask you this specifically. Did she appear to be crying?
No, sir.
What about her voice inflections? What was her voice doing?
I mean, it seemed normal, not normal, but it seemed, I mean, she was frantic, like I said, freaking out. So it was kind of rushed and, she was telling me about how she got raped allegedly, so.
What did you do with that information now that you're hearing this for the first time, that there's potentially a rape that had occurred in Gannon's bedroom?
So 3 specific things. Well, before those, first I asked her to stay in the room, that I'd be right back. My mom and my sister had slept the night before in Gannon's room. So I immediately went and told them they need to get all their stuff and get out. And I told them very limited. I don't know what all I specifically told them. I just said it's maybe a crime scene now. I think I notified the authorities to some degree. And then I went and got all of the weapons in my house and basically confiscated them and put them in my truck and locked them, made sure I had the key. I think, my one Smith & Wesson 9mm compact, I handed to Landon's brother, just for safety and keep it on his side. I trusted him. He's like a jailer or a police officer or something. So,
All right. So let me break in there for just a moment. When you say you went to gather all the weapons, are you talking about those firearms that you described earlier?
yeah, every single one of them. And I did it in a specific order. I got all the ones that were mine registered to me. And then I went back and asked her, said, I need you to
Who is her?
excuse me, the defendant.
Okay.
Went back directly to the defendant, said, I need the ones that are in her name, which the 12-gauge shotgun and one of the pistols possibly. And I said, you don't have to because they're yours, but I need these and I'm gonna put them away for safekeepings right now. And she did, she complied and I went and put those in the truck as well.
So what was in your mind? Why did you think you needed to lock up the firearms in a vehicle?
Because my first impression was a bullshit story and that something else was going on and something happened in the bedroom that I just wasn't sure. And I guess it's my military training. I don't know, but safety was the first priority for everybody. So get all the weapons out of the house, put them somewhere safe. And then I went back and talked to her again.
What did you do after you put the guns in the vehicle?
I went back and directly went straight to her and asked her to retell me the story.
Okay, let me just fill in L real quick. So this lady right here, she's not a lady, this person, she killed her stepson and went through a whole bunch of different lies to try to explain what happened to him. And her husband was in the service in the States, but working in another state. They lived in Colorado. He was in, I forgot what state. And so she did this while he was gone, and then she reported him as a missing child, and they thought that he had just run away. And so she called her husband, who came home, and called his mom and her family came. And so now they're all staying in the same house, I think. And so she has now told her husband, Oklahoma. Thank you, Judy. She's now told her husband that somebody came into the house and essayed her and kidnapped Gannon. So that's his story number 1.
Who else was in the bedroom at that time?
Landon was also in there.
Did the defendant at that time give you an impression that Gannon was injured as a result of something happening in the bedroom, along with this rape?
Yes.
Anything about blood?
Yes.
What did she say about blood on Gannon?
Well, it was involved in the rape and the beatings that they both supposedly took. That there was just blood everywhere, her blood and his blood.
Did she say what she had done in regard to that blood?
Yes, she said she had cleaned it up.
Did she describe any blood on bed sheets?
I believe so. I don't want to say specifically yes, but I believe she did.
Okay. I want to jump ahead to January 31st. You remember sharing some text messages with the defendant about her coming back to the house, so this would be after she'd moved out, to collect things from the house? Or phone calls?
So let me clarify this. You said after she had like physically moved out or came and got her stuff and moved out?
Where she had physically removed herself from the
Okay.
house, but wanted to come back and get her belongings.
All right, I just want to clarify. Yes, yeah, absolutely. There was multiple phone calls and text messages throughout those few days. And I remember specifically, we scheduled a time for her to come, and I scheduled a time that way I could ensure a deputy would be there to kind of monitor the situation, because it became very volatile by that point.
So, did the defendant in fact come to the house?
Not on that first time. I think it was the second scheduled time, but she did.
Who did she come with?
The defendant came with, herself, Harley came, her mother, and her brother, Dakota Lowry.
What is her mother's name?
Deborah, I don't remember. I don't know exactly
Okay.
what her last name is.
And I'm not asking you to tell us anything that Harley said, but how was Harley acting during this time?
Very reserved, I think is the best way to put it.
As far as people that were already in the house at that time, not talking about who came with the defendant, but who was at the house separate from that group, who was at the house?
My brother Les Stauch. I think Landon would have been there, and Veronica, the deputy.
Fine, Al.
Veronica being Landon's aunt, to clarify. Whichever deputy, I think it was Berklich. I'm not 100% sure. I was there, of course. I think my sister Becky would have been there as well. Rebecca Lynn. I think that's it.
Where was Lena?
Elena as well. Yeah, Elena was there. Thank you.
Were you watching what stuff was being carried in and out of the house?
I stayed in two main areas. I stayed in the kitchen for a while, so I did see.
Did she see the part where she peed on the couch while she was talking to the detectives?
When I say traffic, coming up and down the stairs from Harley's room, bringing stuff. And then I went into the bedroom at one point while Tisha was gathering some of her belongings. And I do remember the deputy followed me in there. He was in there as well the whole time I was in there with Tisha. So the defendant, excuse me.
So that suitcase that we talked about earlier, that green suitcase, did you ever see that come out of the house on that day?
No, sir.
Did you ever see it come out of the house in relation to this investigation?
No, sir.
Once she moved her belongings out of the house on January 31st, how would you communicate with the defendant after that?
Through text message, there may have been, and I'm speaking in between the period before I started the pretext phone calls. There was text messages and I believe some emails and possibly some phone calls as well. I don't remember specifically, but any version of those three, I think, were in play.
What about in-person conversations?
I don't believe I ever saw her again after she left until I saw her in the courtroom.
Okay. Did during that particular time frame, so from January 31st until we start into these pretext phone calls, did the statements that the defendant was telling you about what happened again and ever change?
Yes, they changed yes.
In what ways did they change?
Different people were accused, something happened again and at different places, I think I'm mixing up some of the pretext stuff too. So I'm trying, I don't know, but yeah, there was different stories told.
Okay.
So,
And so we're going to get into the pretext phone calls, obviously, and that we'll actually be able to hear those things. What I'm trying to do is just get into what you're thinking happened based on what you're hearing from the defendant. And so you said that there was different names being mentioned. It's a yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember any of those names now?
Yeah, I think one of the first ones was Eduardo. Some version of that. There was another name. I don't think it came into play until the pretext, the Quincy Brown. I think that's when that came into play.
So let me back up and stop you there. In relation to the name that you just said, Eduardo, that's a yes or no?
Yes, yes.
What did she tell you about Eduardo?
So I'll be honest, I'm having trouble. I think all the different versions are mixing together when they happen. So I don't know. I know there was a story that the defendant told me about. There was a man in the neighborhood, a carpet guy.
Let me ask you specifically about that.
Please.
Did she give you a statement about her allowing a man from the neighborhood that was a construction worker into the house to fix the carpet?
I think the story was she gave him the code. But yeah, somehow he got in the house.
The question is, did she tell you a story with those sort of details in it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was the story that she told you in relation to that?
Like I just said, I think it involved in that specific one that she gave him the code of the garage and he came in. I'm kind of at a loss on that, Mike. Mr. Allen, I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Yeah.
The judge said he was allowed to do this with leading questions. And he's not a hostile witness. He wants her in prison for killing his son. So I don't understand why he's being so coached by the lawyer, because he's like, just answer my questions. It's a yes or no question. Just say yes or no. And he keeps stopping him and say, no, back up. Like, is it because of the trauma affecting his memory, maybe? I don't understand. And I didn't even catch this when I watched it the first time.
Did you know anybody by that name?
Absolutely not. I don't believe.
Did she allege that that's the person that raped her in the first time that she tells the story?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to jump into these phone calls and we're going to have to reconnect our computer. So just a moment. That first pretext phone call which is People's Exhibit number 35, previously admitted. Who was on that particular phone call?
It would have been myself.
It's not tricky.
Yeah, it's
Were you
myself
on
and the
that?
defendant. Yeah.
Okay. And then there's other people that are feeding you information to ask them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At this point, I would ask you permission to publish People's Exhibit 35, this is that longer phone call, an hour and 57 minutes.
Okay. Because there's so many, what you'll need to do is when we stop one and begin the other, you'll just have to tell, for purposes of the record, what it is that you're doing.
Yeah. And what I intend to do, Judge, is play it for just a second so we can hear voices, have Mr. Stauch identify who those voices are, and then just let it play from that point.
All right, that's fine.
Judge, you would think after COVID, we'd be more adept at our computer skills. It's my fault.
All right. I'll have our technological issues, but it's not mine. All you should have to do is plug it in the same way that you had it before.
Yeah, we just didn't. Right.
Hello?
Whose voice was that?
That was my voice.
Okay, go ahead.
Keisha? Hello? Hey.
Whose voice is that?
That was the defendant's voice.
Okay. So Judge, at this point, we'll just let it play.
All right, Mr. Stout, you can go ahead and step down.
Thank you.
Where are my subtitles?
Why didn't you say anything?
did. I said hello. It's just hard because I have to get service off Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
You won't.
So what's up?
I know you think you will, but you won't.
Oh, I'm so hungry.
You still haven't eaten anything?
No.
Huh?
No.
Why not?
I don't have any money or cards. They have all that. I bought like debit cards, credit cards.
Who has all that?
They have it from my car. I don't have anything from my car.
Oh, you didn't have it with you?
I did. I had my purse with me, but they took my purse and they took my Apple Watch and all that. They took everything I had possession on.
Why did they do that?
I guess the same reason they took everything that was in my book bag and all they car. I mean, they even took the dog paperwork and the social security card and my birth certificate. My passport, which is why I can't be at the airline because I have to have a passport.
You're not working at the school anymore? I thought you had the early college thing going on.
Right. They took my laptop and they took my car. So I called them and said, hey, I don't have a way to get to work right now. I'm going to work on it. I should have my car back in a day or two. I'm still waiting and I don't have a way to get to work. So I don't have a way to drive to Denver and I don't have a passport because I have to have my passport and my crew badge to get on DIA.
So you still
Need to help me get any of it.
who's no one, like the police or whatever?
Like I've called the evidence department several times and just been like, can I at least get anything that deals with my everyday life of operating, like my cards, my passport. And then the guy was like, well, why do you need your passport? I said, no, it's required by FAA to have it with you at all times, or you cannot even get to the airport, can't do anything.
Yeah, you told me that. I forgot. I'm sorry.
I just want to get my content like that because how am I supposed to work if I don't have any of it?
Yeah, I know.
Placed on hold. Please wait for your contact to return.
Hello? That was weird.
What is happening?
Hello.
Hey,
What happened?
the Wi-Fi, I don't have a number, so the Wi-Fi just dies. So I had to use this Indian dude's number here, phone number here, to call you back on because I only have Wi-Fi.
Okay.
Anyway, so like, I'm not into that stuff. So I'm not trying to purposely not go to work, not do anything. I just need help obtaining any of it to even do anything.
Well, I'm having trouble too because they still freaking got my truck and my, you know how I have those badges I got to get in?
Yeah.
I can't freaking get into my secure part of my job, so I can't even do what I'm supposed to be doing either. So it's freaking driving me nuts.
So like the people are fussing at Harley because she needs her high school diploma and she needs a report with her ID, social, high school diploma, and I'm trying to explain to them what's going on.
Yeah.
And like I just can't get any help because she's supposed to be there every week on base doing stuff. She leaves in 28 days.
For basic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So did anything ever happen with that job? That new MLS?
Yeah, the guy wants to talk to her about it. That's why he told her, he said to come in, but we didn't have a way, so we explained that to him. So we didn't have a way. We don't have a way to get on base because they have IDs. They have everything. It's in the book bags, everything.
Okay. What were you talking? What is what was that thing you said you called? I just popped in my head. CIB or something?
Yeah, you guys, I'm trying to talk to you about like help, and I'm not downing or talking about anyone, but they don't need to be the lead agency if they're not going to lead. So the Colorado Bureau of Investigations can even look at it from a different approach. So I called the Colorado Bureau of Investigations and I talked to someone and they're going to call me back.
What did you tell them?
I didn't say anything bad about anyone. I just said there's a lot of key things that they're choosing to leave out. And I said, it's becoming a witch hunt after one person. I said, when they're barking up the wrong tree and they're not even following what credible things that I've told them. They want tips from the public, but the public was not there.
Well, what credible things have you told them? That's what in our emails I'm trying to, and I know you said you were waiting to talk to me and everything, but what is it that you've told them? Because I know we had some, uncertainty about some of the things initially, and that's fine. But like, what is it that you told them that they're not looking at? What is can you walk me through it? I know I asked you for that timeline.
Hold on a second, I can't breathe even 1 second.
Take your time. Just try to get some deep breaths.
Just trying to put the window down on this stupid thing because, it's hot. And like I'm having to run into people I don't even freaking know. They could be mad killers and shit to be like, hey, can I use your phone? Hey, can I sit in your car for a minute? Hey, do you think I could drive your car to the store?
I know I'm starting to feel some heat too. Like I told you when I went to Bass Pro Shop last night, I wanted to get some clothes, but I was trying to hope to run into you on the north end, like you said you were out there. But well, like I said, I was just trying to hope to bump into you or something. But I feel like I'm having to hide now. That's why I went and got some redneck clothes, like the clothes that you don't like, because all those nice clothes I have at the house that you got me, I would just stick out like a sore thumb, and I'm just trying to hide too.
I don't know how long you got, but I just wanted to start with you for Saturday what I have.
Okay. Listen, I scooted away for lunch, so probably an hour and a half, so we got plenty of time.
All right. What do you mean scooted away from lunch? You don't have a car?
Yeah, I got a rental car. Uncle Jeff helped me out with a rental car, but I just had to get away from all them people, like I've been telling you. It's just crazy. So
You stand by yourself?
Me and Uncle Jeff.
Okay, so your Uncle Jeff is there with you.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's been me with my family members the whole time. So
So how long can you and Uncle Jeff stay?
I have no clue. It's people be kind of jumping in and out, but
I just didn't want you to be by yourself because I've been trying to be with you because I don't think that you should be by yourself with them because it's a bunch of vultures. That's all.
yeah, you know, I'm starting to slowly see that. So, but yeah, let's just timeline because I want to hear your timeline so I can try to make sense of it.
Saturday, okay? You said you wouldn't question, you would just listen.
Saturday. Hold on, Tisha. Saturday, like, what do you mean Saturday? Like right before me and Mama left. Saturday.
After you left.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So this is the paper I have. I had to get it notarized because that's what that guy said to do. Right after y'all, whoever found us and took Harley's car, that's where we had left from was the attorney. But anyway. All right. So I'm gonna just go through certain things. I'm not gonna read it verbatim how he did it because it would be more of like in law terms. But you know, key one, Albert and his mom left for Denver. We put DEN in there. Around the house, cleaned up. G helped with stuff. Helped me get stuff out of his car. Gannon's always barefooted because that was something that he asked me. Even taking the trash out, things like that. He took the trash out. He stepped on something in the garage. So my car parked. You had those boards that were underneath my car, right?
Yeah.
Gannon was going to go help because he was saying that there was some kind of piece out there that was going to help me. You know the little zip ties that you have on things and it's hard to get off?
Yeah.
So he knew where something that to go pop those off. So he was going to go get it because I had bought them some things from the clearance store. All right, so Gannon cut his foot on those boards. We flipped the boards over because we were freaking out because I was like, oh my God, your daddy said don't get oil or anything from your car and leak on those boards. You know what boards I'm talking about?
The one, like the 2x4s that I have, like that you drive over to park in the garage or whatever. Yeah.
So I let Gannon sit down in the back of the car. You know how funny I am about my car. But also we just bandaged it up, whatever. All we did was stick a bandage on it. Whatever. And I said something to him about, Gannon, you gotta quit coming out here barefooted, which I do the same thing. I take dogs out barefooted anyway.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you. Hold on. Wait a second. I'm just thinking here, and I'm going to listen to everything. Just something that popped in my head. He always goes out the front door to do the trash. That's so weird.
But he was helping me unload. Like I had bought them a bunch of stuff in the clearance store. If you look in the garage.
I got you. Okay, I thought you said take out the trash. I'm sorry.
Let me explain this to you. There's 2 bags that was put in the garage because I had put a bunch of stuff in there. I would have bought them a bunch of crap that went on sale from the clearance store because they were changing over to like warm weather stuff. But obviously in Colorado, you can still wear the cold weather stuff. I saw Lena online wearing, so therefore I knew it was in the house. Anyway, so my point was, he was really, helping me out, whatever, just talking to me about something. Who knows what he was talking about? He tells me about video games. I listen, but I don't understand them. Anyway, so he was bleeding on his foot, and we turned the boards over because I was like, oh my God, I was going to freak out, because these are the boards. He said, don't you get oil on my car, don't drip on my car, whatever. All right. So during this time frame, Gannon was supposed to be taking the trash out. I said, you might as well take out recycle, whatever. But Gannon kept going to the gate with nothing. And I kept saying, why are you going to the gate? He was like, I'm going to make sure the gate is locked. Well, okay, this is the first I'd known. I knew we were talking about locking the gate, but I didn't know Gannon had the key. I thought maybe you just had the key yourself, whatever. I didn't know Gannon had the key.
Babe, he didn't, but hold on. He had the key was in our room in the on top of the dresser the whole time. Remember, he kept.
Yeah, I didn't pay attention or remember.
All right.
So he kept going out there with the key and saying that he was checking to make sure the gate was locked. Okay, benefit of doubt, maybe he was, because we had talked about making sure that gate was locked, or talking to somebody. I don't know. I'm not speculating. I know I got on him about, hey, doing this.
Yeah.
So underneath there was a rug. That rug that we stepped out on, it was a rug. There was blood on it. I had walked on it, and I was like, Gannon, we probably should just throw this away and find a new rug to put out here. So
what rug are you talking about again? So the one in the garage?
Right.
Yeah.
When you step down, there's a rug. I said, we probably should just throw this away. I said, because we can always just get another piece or another rug, or I'll go to Dollar Tree and get a rug, whatever.
I got you.
Okay. So that was that. Okay, so then on the next section, it says, I replaced rug, blah, 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 blah. Okay, yep, bam. All right. And then it says, we came in house, and he immediately ran downstairs to the room. So then I kept going down there because his door was locked. He said he was keeping Lena out, which, again, I didn't question because they always get where 1 minute they want to play with each other, next minute they're like, get out. Okay? So then I sat on the sofa to put on the Peloton shoes because I was going to ride the bike again because my friends had said they were going to redo a later time that we could do the bike. Jenna kept coming in there saying, are you going to stay here? Are you going to stay down here? Are you going to stay down here? So I took it as if he was like excited I was going to stay down there and, just be able to run around and do whatever. But then I had to go upstairs and help Lena, yada, yada, yada. So I got on my statement, it says I was back and forth, but came back when I heard a loud noise. So there was a loud noise that happened downstairs. So, of course, I run back downstairs and realized, or so I thought, was a box or something fell over in the storage room. Sounded like something was really loud in the storage room, but I assumed that it was a box. Gannon had his door locked, so I knocked on the door. Of course, I'm like, hello, because I hear a lot of noise. And so he opened and said I couldn't come in. And I was laughing. I'm like, why? And he told me he was doing something. I don't remember what he told me he was building. I'm sure it was something about the Toy Cons or Joy Cons or whatever. I didn't think anything of it. Just, okay, he's building something, whatever. But there was a loud noise, and he was in his room. So then he said his stomach started hurting a little bit or whatever, so I told him to come upstairs. I had some special ice cream. I had these Pedialyte pops. I had already went and bought them because I thought, this time of year, this is when I got the cold last year, I'll take them. So I let him take the Pedia pops or whatever, and he took some Miralax. So that was a normal day for Saturday. Like, you were already, going on. You probably already got the plane. We all laid down, yada, 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 right?
Right.
We're about Saturday.
Yeah. Crystal.
Sunday, all right? Sunday, we talked to you in the morning. Remember I told you, I sent you a few messages, and I was like, hey, we might go on a hike, whatever. Everyone's going to get dressed, Then suddenly we saw the news about Kobe Bryant. So then, of course, that delayed it because I'm sitting on the sofa crying, trying to figure out, like, oh my gosh, Kobe died. Is this true? Remember I messaged you. We talked back and forth about it, whatever.
Yeah, I had just gotten to the airport at Lawton when you told me that.
Right. So Gannon hadn't talked at all. I mean, Gannon didn't know who Kobe was. Or maybe he knew from, like, hearing it, but didn't really know who Kobe was. He just noticed that I was sitting there, like, crying, like, oh my God, like, upset. And we were sitting there talking about it. So I was telling him that, hey, Kobe has a lot of daughters. He only had sisters. Gannon went over the whole, like, I don't want you thinking this is irrelevant because I want you to think of anything that I say that might have triggered something.
Yeah, right. I'm listening very closely.
But then we were talking about the daughters, and I was like, yeah, he always wanted a boy, but he never could have a boy. He had daughters, blah, blah. So then I let him in on a little secret, which I already told you over email what it was. Okay, I don't need to say it again. You already know. So me and him were talking about that. He was kind of like, really? And I told him, I said, yeah, like I lost a lot of babies. I said, it was kind of hard. I said, you want one thing and it don't ever happen. I felt like I was in a situation to talk again about this because we're over here upset crying about Kobe. And so I was like, I'm telling you because I know that you'll be able to pray and keep a secret. And we were like, kind of being silly about, this is a secret we have between each other. We'll tell Daddy, yada, yada, yada. So we sat there and talked about that for a little bit. So then Holly got...
After this trial, I decided I was never in my life ever going to say yada, yada again.
called into work. So I was like, crap. We had everything packed, ready to go on a hike, had the Getty, had everything. We were going to plan on staying for a while and then go get dinner. Well, she got caught on the hike, so we decided to take 2 hikes. So this is where all this confusion comes with hike, Harley went, hike, Harley not went. So we took the dogs on the hike through the trails in Lawson Ranch. So if you leave out of our neighborhood, go out to the side, go up to the little whatever, you could take the dogs on a trail, come back, yada, yada. So that's what we did first. Came back, Gannon had his water pack. I'm sure you saw the pictures online from Garden of God that some other creeper people took. He had his water pack on his back or whatever, so we got ready for round 2. So hike 2 was Garden of the Gods. So then it says Garden of the Gods was our hike 2. So we went about 2 miles in, lots of talking about things. G asked me, did I know any of his mommy's friends from Coastal? It was a random thought process. So I just figured he was trying to be curious about it. I said, and did I remember Brian? And we laughed about some new friend named Mike too. So we were just having this conversation about whoever these people were. And I was like, I don't know anybody named Brian, and I don't know anybody named Mike too. I guess a new Mike or whatever. All right, so again, the stomach hurt, and he was, again, the stomach hurt. And most of the night he had a stomach ache, and he tried to lay down and poop and stuff like that. So during this time, I'm messaging you, which you're probably tired, jet lag, whatever. Like, hey, again, the stomach's hurting, yada, yada, yada.
Right.
If it happened regularly, you know he would get, you know, whatever. Then he asked me about the bath salts. Still, hadn't talked to you about it yet, didn't know whatever. He took a bath, and then I gave him a bath bomb because I thought maybe this ought to be clean. You know, whatever. Bath salt. I didn't know any of that stuff. So then, next section. Alright, so then the next section was, I don't remember exactly who took the bath first, but everybody had their baths. Everybody was doing their own thing. Gannon was like going back in his room. I said, okay. So then here's my next note. All right, Albert had grounded Gannon from the switch. I understand it. He said he was still grounded, but he could get off, you know, the next day. He'd been in his room most of the night. I knocked on the door. He said he was playing with Grayson. I ain't never heard of fucking Grayson before in my life. So again.
Grayson? He said Grayson?
He said Grayson.
Okay.
So in my mind, I thought, who the hell's Grayson? But I didn't see anybody in the room. Obviously, I weren't like looking under beds or anything like that. Honestly, I thought, does kids at 11 still have imaginary friends? Or are they talking? Is he talking to somebody online because he's not supposed to have, you know, like technology?
Yeah, right. I said right, yeah.
Giving them benefit of the doubt, I didn't say anything else. I just said, oh yeah, okay, cool. So Grace and I said hi. I laughed it off, went off about business, didn't see anything. So later on, I don't know the exact approximate time, but I saw he was on the sofa. And I was like talking to him. I was like, oh, you want to sleep out here tonight? Or
Oh, what, downstairs sofa?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
I'm like talking to him about tonight, whatever. He told me that his Uncle Matt was going to visit. Okay, so I don't know who the hell Uncle Matt is. So I was just sitting there like, okay, that's when it dawned into me that he had to be talking to someone on something because Grayson, I have no clue who it is. Matt, I have no clue who he is. Then I was like, this can't be characters in some game because it didn't sound like some game characters. I don't know Uncle Matt and I don't know Grayson. So he was talking about his Uncle Matt was going to visit. And I thought, okay. You know, again, trying to be sensitive to the fact that I know that he probably has friends, family on the other part of the country that maybe he was missing or whatever. So again, I was like, boy, yeah. So again, that's my statement. So again, I was like, boy, you need to stay off that TikTok. You're being silly. Because I already told him he needs to stay off the TikTok. He was being silly. All right, so I went upstairs. He was on the sofa to watch TV. I told him I'd come back later with him because he wanted to watch something on the show, but I had to get Lena ready, and I promised him I would let him stay up 30 minutes later. I said, you know, I was upstairs, getting Lena ready for bed, yada, yada, yada. Well, then, out of nowhere, the alarm is going off. It didn't start with anything other than the alarm. Lena had laid down. I had went in the room. I was sitting there with the dogs. I don't remember exactly what I was doing, but I was doing something on Roku. I hear the alarm go off. So I walk in the living room, hit the alarm code in. And I'm just like, alarm code. And it stopped. So I thought, who in the world, you know, was on the alarm code? Then it beeped again. It kept going. And then it started fire. It was yelling loud, fire, 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 fire. And I'm just like, fire? And I look around. Don't see any flipping fire anywhere. So as this goes on, I'm like, okay, put the foot in again, it stops. So I'm like, okay, I might get on the phone with ADT because something's wrong with this thing. Remember when we were out of town, the neighbor said she smelled gas and her thing was going off, but then they didn't find anything.
Yeah, right.
So I was thinking maybe it's something to do with this. So that was how my whole process was. So then at that point, I was like, the carbon monoxide thing started beeping. And I ran in there where Lena was at, and I said, Lena, are you asleep? Because I knew, unless I was under some adrenaline rush, and this is not being mean, I would just pick Lena up and yank her out of bed. But luckily, she hadn't fell asleep all the way. I said, Lena, because I thought I was being crazy. I said, do you hear that? You said fire, right? She's like, yes. And so I grabbed Lena, run her outside, run her with the dogs, give her the keys to the truck, throw them in the truck, and I run back inside. Run back inside, still don't know anything, and then remember, oh my God, Anna. Sorry that for a second I hadn't remembered that because I was trying to still figure out where in the heck I was at. So I run back downstairs and realized that there's smoke downstairs. I couldn't get, I was coughing and choking and couldn't get through the smoke part. Run back to the garage. You had these little mouthpieces that you could put over your mouth.
Yeah, dust protectors, whatever.
So I grabbed one of those, put it over my mouth, ran back downstairs, and when I ran back downstairs, again, I was still asleep, not knowing this was going on, and there was fire. I took the cover. There was a whole bunch of tons of cover that was inside that little tan thing, and Gannon had on or whatever, and I just dropped on them. I don't know if that was the right thing to do. If it was the wrong thing to do, I'm sorry. Jumped on it and kept jumping on it, and Gannon was right in one of the covers. So Gannon did burn his arms. Wasn't bad. It was that's you know how you get a little bit of oil on it, and it's just underneath the skin, but as long as y'all peel it, it's fine.
Yeah, but hey, Tisha, which arm was it? Both arms or this inside? I mean, but how was it? So, because I remember we talked about that before a little bit, but we never got it.
I feel like it was across the arms. I feel like it was, and I told the investigators this. I said, and I don't want to skip to this part, miss this part. But remind me that. Say this later. I told the investigators later that I said I probably should have looked a little more in depth at his arm.
What if he's hurt? Yeah.
Because it could have been, he wasn't complaining oh, it's hurting. He wasn't saying anything along those lines. But I should have looked a little bit more in depth. Honestly, we ran. So we ran out. I'm sure they got the footage of us. Me running out first because Gannon was grabbing his cover, running out behind there because he was calling.
Hey, what time was this so I can maybe tell somebody to look at the footage?
Well, I mean, I told them originally, I don't have access to the ADT now, but I told them because the ADT said it had an alert for fire. So I would imagine whenever that alert went off from ADT, it would have been within that few minutes.
Yeah, fine, I got you.
15 minutes.
Hey, tell me about it. So I'm really concerned about these burns because he's freaking hurt. What were they big? Were they small? What was it? Was it from the candle wax or what?
Let me get to that part. It's not going to worry you in a minute when I get to that part.
Okay, because I'm freaking out right now because.
I understand. So when he runs to the car, he runs in because I'm running. He's running behind me. I jump in your truck. The only reason I jump in your truck because the keys were laying there.
Okay.
I jump in your truck. He jumps in on the driver's side. He's screaming, crying, whatever. Lena's in the back seat with the two dogs. We turn your truck on, and we drive the hell off. Ask me why we drove off. I was freaked out because I was like, oh my God. It was the carbon, it was the smoke was more scary and terrifying than actually the fire. So
okay.
What we did was we drove around the block, and I kind of had to be like, okay, what do I do? A, do I need to call the police department? B, does anybody need medical attention? So then we go back in the house. Lena's freaked out. I put Lena in our bed. I said, Lena.
So you drove around for how long and then came back?
No, I drove around the block.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear that. Yeah, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I drove around like the block, like Wando, that area.
Yeah, I know.
Pull back up in the drive. You didn't have much gas because I hadn't put gas in your car yet. You didn't have much gas.
Right.
My process of driving was thinking, oh my God, like I was in shock. So I pulled back in the driveway and parked. We all get back out, go inside. Lena's freaking out, crying. Lena and I are standing there looking at Gannon. At that point in time, I didn't see anything on his hands, arms, or anything other than take your hand where you're holding your phone and look on the insides where the edges are. That right there had little bubbly spots. Okay? So they had bubbly spots on both sides of his arm. And I think that was from when he grabbed the cover and I was trying to grab him up and he came down with me with the cover because he was like latched onto the cover.
Yeah.
And I was trying to grab the whole cover to put out the fire. So from the inner parts of his arm had these little bubble spots.
So you said both sides, or is it just the inner parts? I'm just trying to, because this might be key information.
Like both sides, left arm, right arm.
I got you. Okay, so both sides of both arms.
From what I remember, both sides of both arms, because he had when Gannon was laying down, I grabbed him to get him up. Okay, because I remember it was that
Oh God.
It's one of the covers. I grabbed him to get him up, whatever. He gets in the car, whatever, we're talking. He's explaining to me that he thought I was coming and he was grounded from the switch. So he thought I was coming, and when he thought I was coming, he knocked over the candle.
Okay.
Because apparently he was playing the switch when he shouldn't have been playing it, which is fine.
But he had the candle on the couch, I guess, right?
No, he had sitting on some kind of little, that little white thing that was sitting next to the couch.
Okay. Oh, I got you.
I don't know if the candle fell over. I don't know. I know that when I got there was a fire and it was on his cover. So I was trying to rip the cover out of his hands to get him up and like jump on the fire. They have pictures of where there's burn marks on my elbow where I jumped on the fire. So we get in the car and he's crying and screaming and telling me he's sorry and he don't want to get in trouble because of the switch. He was on the switch and he shouldn't have been on the switch. And so we drive around the block and I'm like, it's okay. We'll figure it out. Honestly, I flipping lost my mind because I thought in my mind, like, had I not gotten downstairs when I did, had I not heard it or the alarm system or covering outside or whatever, if I would have hit that couch, I don't know that I could have gotten again. And that was my biggest thing that my brain was sitting there like freaked out on. Come back inside. Lena's terrified. I said, Lena, go lay in the bed. She's laying in the bedroom. And I was like, he doesn't want to go back to his room. I said, okay, will you lay in Lena's bed? He said yes. He started to say he was cold and had a little bit of shivers. And so I was like, Gannon, I took him and put more clothes on top of him now. Blame it on me. Whatever. I didn't take his clothes off to go through anything, but I asked him, was he hurting? And was anything else, whatever. He told me it was just his arms. So I didn't see anything that would have thrown a flag that I had to be like, oh my God, emergency or think like that. I didn't see anything like that.
But if his arms was bubbling, that's not an emergency?
Well, it hadn't broke skin. Like, it was just like underneath. It hadn't broke skin or whatever.
Okay. All right.
In my mind, I'm like, okay, let's evaluate the situation, tomorrow and see or whatever. It wasn't burn marks like carpet burn or like, anything like that. It was bubbly. And I told them from that.
Hiding her face.
I honestly,
She's hiding her face.
probably could have, got him in the car and said, hey, can you just check this out to make sure? Because in my mind, in his arms, I didn't see it as a bad thing. I just knew he was like, it's not hurting. We put aloe on it, and I assumed, okay. So then we put on the long sleeve shirt on him because he said he was kind of cold or whatever it was. He lays down in Lena's bed. Lena sleeps in my bed, our bed. Charlie comes home. I go in, and I had already prepped Charlie for what was going on. I was like, hey, don't panic when you get here. I was like, there's smoke, the house is smoky, Gannon, this happened, yada, 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 yada. Lena was scared to go to sleep, so we both went in there and checked on Gannon. We went in there, we gave him water in Lena's bed. We gave him water, we set him up, we were like, are you okay? He was more scared of anything. And so I can, of course, I was like, whoops, someone said something because I said sell the couch. I wasn't talking about sell the couch to fix the daggone carpet. I was talking about, like, I would get rid of that couch and get a new couch. Don't panic. Like, my point was, honestly, I wasn't even going to tell you because I was like, Gannon was scared of being grounded a year. And I was like, I'll buy a new couch. We'll fix the couch. We'll replace everything in here. Don't worry about it. And that was my whole point. That as long as you promise me you didn't do it on purpose, you didn't purposely do this to hurt yourself or hurt somebody, we will fix it. And that's how we ended on Sunday. So Gannon was still like, upset. He was not only emotional about the situation, his foot was hurting. So that's where we were at with Sunday.
Okay.
You give me 1 second to pee.
Yeah.
You take the phone to the bathroom with you?
Okay, I'm back.
Right.
All right, so later on in the night, Gannon woke me up a few times. He said his stomach was getting worse. He hadn't pooped yet. I messaged you, but you were already asleep. And I was like, hey, Gannon wants to know if he can stay out of school tomorrow. He's scared of pooping in his pants. I think you probably were still asleep. You might didn't get it until the next day, which is not your fault, my fault. It was time zone and tiredness and whatever.
Yeah. Right.
I stayed up with him a few times in the bathroom. Finally, I was like, okay, I wrote you back. I said, I'm just going to make the decision that Gannon can stay at home tomorrow because he is so terrified about pooping in his pants. So the next morning, I called the nurse's line and I asked the nurse's line about his stomach and giving him Miralax and yada, yada, yada.
You talking about the TRICARE nurses line?
No, the urgent care nurse's line right in front of Fountain and whatever that road is.
I got you.
So I called them and I said, hey, I know typically people are constipated, you give him Miralax, yada, yada, yada. He hasn't really went to the bathroom and he has blood coming out his butt. And so they just basically explained to do the best she could to get him to pass, and if not, then we needed to call our care provider, whatever. They started beating me up over that, saying you didn't need to have a referral to do this. That wasn't what I was trying to say. I was trying to make the point of, does the boy need to have, anything done, or can I just give him, an enema or something like that? Because I already talked to him about that. So if this don't work, you want me to give him, an enema or something, because it was a big old turd he was trying to get out.
I swear this man is a saint. By now, I would be saying, tell me what happened to my damn kid. She just, every little teeny tiny thing.
Yeah.
So then, that morning, we were I said, Gannon, I'm going to stay at home with you today because I don't want you to stay by yourself. Now remember, we've let Gannon stay by himself. He's been responsible, whatever. But in this state, as in his state that he was in, not feeling well, stomach hurting, bubbling a little bit here and there, him being embarrassed, I made a decision that it was not okay for him to stay there by himself if he was sick. If he's on normal times, taking care of his sister, playing his Switch, doing his thing, then that's fine. But I said, Gannon, you're going to need to go with me. I said, there's a few things I need to handle today. She asked me what, and I was going to look at a bike for you. This guy that was on Craigslist, because he had this bike, like a touring bike, and I said,
Yeah.
you want to go with me to look at this touring bike or whatever.
And that was Monday? Yes. Hey, so did you give him Miralax or the enema or anything like that? What else did you give him?
I have in this notes what day I gave him Miralax.
All right.
Trying to poop regularly took, that was the bath salts day, like to Saturday. He had Miralax on Saturday. Yeah, here it is. I gave him ice cream and said it had special stuff. Because I was telling him it was really those like Pedialyte ice cream.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And took Miralax. That was on Saturday.
So hold on, I'm trying to just because obviously I'm worried to death about his little arms. Did you rub any cream on it or give him anything for the pain or did pain medicine or anything like that to help him?
Pain medicine because I didn't have any pain medicine to give. What I gave him was the aloe that was in our bathroom, that green aloe. We even made like a little silly joke about it because he wasn't hurting. Remember how I was wrapping Sadie up with the little thing?
Yeah.
I wrapped it around his arms too.
Oh yeah, the little bandages or whatever.
So I put that.
If you have a burn that doesn't hurt, that's bad. That means it's a full thickness burn and you need to go to the hospital.
Aloe, the green aloe on it, and I said, "You can, or do you like Sadie?" And we laughed about it.
Yeah.
Laughing about it, being yes, it hurt a little bit, but being silly about it on his arms. So that.
So he you didn't give him any like children's Tylenol or anything?
I didn't give him any kind of he wasn't saying that he was hurting in any kind of pain to give him any kind of Tylenol, to give him anything at all. And if you feel like that would have been a lapse in judgment on my part, then I'm sorry.
No, I'm just trying to sort through it. I know how both of them are about, every time they scrape their finger or something, they want a Band-Aid. So I would just assume that if his arm was all bubbled up, did his arm stay bubbled up like until the next day, or was that did that go down that night, or how that's worrying me too.
Okay, so to get to the next part, Gannon started to peel it.
Wait, like when? When did he start to peel it?
Gannon started to peel it because I guess he was either asleep, I don't know, anxious. I don't know. Monday, he started to peel it.
Okay.
Peel his skin.
Yeah, like Monday morning or whatever.
Again, I swear to Jesus told detectives this. I said he started to peel it. When he started to peel it, it had I don't want to say not gooey stuff or whatever, but it's almost like it was popping it type thing. And I said,
Oh yeah, like a blister or something. Yeah.
I said, listen, if it gets worse, we're gonna drive straight. And I was already the plan. That's why I didn't go to school. I said, if it gets worse, after I put all that stuff on there, whatever. I'm not that type of person where something happens immediately, run to the hospital. You and I've had that conversation before where you would say every little thing later ran to the hospital. I was trying to evaluate it to see as long as he was talking fine, normal, acting normal. I didn't see at that point in time that he was under any kind of pain.
I got you.
Or say that to me.
Okay, all right.
That was a lapse in judgment on my part. I apologize. But he started to peel it because, obviously he starts to peel things. So along with peeling that, he started peeling his fingernails. So, and I'm like, that morning, I sent you a picture of Gannon laying in bed on Monday morning to your phone.
Yeah, right.
Gannon was laying in the bed, whatever. I went back in there, checked on him, gave him some more water, made him drink some more Pedialyte because he wasn't eating because he was so upset. And that's when I noticed he started peeling things on his arm. And I said, and at that point in time, which I told you, like I told them, Gannon had blood that was on his arm and on the side of his wall. I guess from sleeping through the night, whatever it was, peeling it. We toted him back down to his room after Lena decided to go back to bed.
On the side, you said on the side of his wall. You never told me that.
No, I told detectives this.
Oh.
You never talked to me about this.
Okay, fair, fine. I'm just. This is new. I've never heard that before, so now I'm even more worried about him.
So they should have told you this. So then I went in there that morning, sent you a picture. I said, Gannon, why do you have blood on your wall? It wasn't a lot. Don't panic. It wasn't
Oh, so it wasn't a lot, all over the place. It was just a little streaks or something. Oh.
I said, Gannon. Says, did you peel those things? Yes, he did. I said, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to re-bandage your arm. I I says, and if you're feeling bad or it starts bleeding, you get a fever, anything like that, I says, as soon as because I was going to go talk to the man about the bike.
Right.
I said, you have to go there first. You want to go to the hospital now. Of course, maybe I shouldn't have asked the kid that, but based on my judgment and what I was seeing with him, I didn't think that he needed to go right away. We went on about our business. And I said, if you start to feel any pain or hurt or whatever like that, we'll just drive to the base. We'll explain to them what happened with the fire. We monitored it through the night, so on and so on. That was our intent. That was the plan the whole time. Everything. Nothing wavered from doing that at all. Gannon asked me questions. He was just like, why does this happen to me? Why do I always get hurt? Because, he had hurt his foot on the boards outside. And I said, Gannon, we're going to figure all of it out. Don't worry about it. We will replace it. Okay? So Monday morning, after all this, I was like, Gannon, we're going to go find, which I probably shouldn't have said to him that he would have not, that it was on him. But I said, we're going to go find someone to replace the carpet. He says, and then we'll get it fixed. We won't worry about it. We'll monitor your arm through the day. Yada, yada, yada. So we're going to go get some coffee. Just hang out. And I said, there were some things I need to get for the pet store, and we need to go meet the guy about the bike. And it was, that's the reason we drove the truck, because if I end up blocking the bike, I was going to put the bike in the back of the truck.
Yeah, I got you.
And also knows that when we left, we took my softball bag, Charlie's softball bag with that, stuff like that in it, helmet, because I was asking him, did he want to stop by to look at those hockey skates? So we took any of that old equipment that I had, and we loaded it in the back of the truck, which was the long Easton bag I have.
Yeah. So you took Harley's bag?
Harley's bag, because she don't use that bag.
The little book bag, the softball bag that's like a book bag. Right. Oh.
So we were going to take it to the sports place and see if they did like trades, whatever.
Yeah.
We were going to surprise Lena when she got home if I could got him 2 new things of skates or hockey skates or whatever. Cause
You talking about Play It Again Sports over there that we went to?
That's why we were so far across town.
I gotcha.
All right, so that was our plan for Monday. Go to Play It Again Sports, get some coffee. We needed to get gas. And we were going to monitor his arm along the way, go check on the thing about the bike.
Right.
We go to, drive around. I think we went to Dunkin' Donuts first, and then the gas store, or it might have been by its first.
Like over by our house, Dunkin' Donuts?
Went to Dunkin' Donuts by our house. Hey, Dunkin' Donuts Sharon lady already released the video of us going there. You can see my arm reach out the window. I can grab. Sorry, I didn't mean to say F, and I'm just over all this. Grab the coffee out the car. Then I turned around because I was about to get Gannon a Frappuccino, but he said he didn't want any. So then we drive off from the Dunkin' Donuts. So then we drive from the Dunkin' Donuts, and we go up. Turn 87 somehow, but meant to turn on 25. Needless to say, I went up the bottom.
80? You mean 85?
Yeah, 85, 87. Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
I went up towards Nevada, which is where like Holly gets her eyelashes done, that type of area.
What, like past? Wait, you talking about past Walmart and all that? Like not towards Fountain, the other way, right?
For the roads. Okay, remember when we went to the recycle at before and the road split?
Yeah, way down there, close to. Yeah, okay. But that's towards Walmart. Turn. Yeah, okay, I got you.
Okay, so that's the route that I take, which I'm sure they had because I'm not hiding anything from the GPS that I took. So I went that way first, and I realized I was like, oh crap. I was like, I probably should have got on the other exit because I really didn't know. Lately, I've been trying to find my way around, like what exits to get off of, things like that. So I get off and realize, like, oh, this is the way to where we went to the recycle thing at. So I just kept driving and ends up making the curve and turning you back to 25, Nevada, and all that. And I was like, oh, there's the Petco. I was going to go to PetSmart, but we ended up Petco, so whatever, same thing.
Petco? You went to Petco like way over there?
That's the only Petco there is.
I don't know. The only one I know is the one we went to by Target that one day.
I might know Holly's work.
Yeah, that's PetSmart though, isn't it?
Right, that's what I was saying.
I got you.
I was going to go to PetSmart, but I went to Petco.
I got you.
So I go to Petco and walk inside. Gannon wanted to stay in the car playing the Switch. He was like, he wanted to stay in the car playing the Switch. Again, Colorado law is he could sit in the car at 11 years old.
Oh, so he had it. So he took his Switch with him.
Right.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yes. He had his Switch, playing his Switch in the back of the car.
You talking about a truck, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry, in the back of the truck.
Okay.
So he was playing his Switch in the back of the truck. Well, within the first time and yada, 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 I was going in because Sadie has been having like I don't even know what it is. She needs to get her vet paperwork so I can get her checked. I didn't know girl dogs have like periods or like stuff come out. I didn't know this. So I walked in and found these little pads that they had. And I'm like looking at them, whatever. And I set the phone down because I'm like, and my mind is so blown that dogs have this. So I'm like looking at it, freaking out, thinking, okay, should I get these or should I just call it a pet? The vet, maybe it's just something weird coming out of her body parts or something like that. Whatever it may be. So then, go back up to the front, look around. I look out the door several times. And these people I know have said, she was suspicious looking out the door. I was looking out the front door just to make sure nobody was at the truck because Ganna was in it. That's all. It was just, he was in the truck. And what if he needed to get out pee or, whatever. That was the only reason I kept walking back to the freaking front door just to make sure he was fine. He was in the truck. So then I get 3 outfits. God forbid I got 3 outfits and only had 2 dogs. Because, of course, this is what these people talked about. I got 3 outfits, checked out, walked out, got in the car. From there, we were going to go to the
about any
Flanagan's
detail
Fort.
at all.
Oh, wait a minute. Why were you so? I'm kind of confused because like you said you were worried about him getting out, but like we've gone to the gas station and like he's never tried to get out of the car. So what was I don't know. Maybe that's nothing, but what made you freak out that day?
Parked on the front row. I was parked a little bit off, so like if he needed to get out, use the bathroom, or he was looking for me, or whatever.
Okay, all right, yeah. I was just that kind of was weird because like he's usually he does what we tell him, stays in the car. But anyways, go ahead.
Hey, but not Albert. Exactly, he does. Just like I told you, he could have stayed at home on a normal basis, but he wasn't feeling well.
Yeah,
so I was
fine. I got you.
What if you had to poo? Whatever.
Yeah.
I was just trying to be a good parent. That's it. It wasn't no.
I know.
Looking in the car.
I got you. It just was weird that you said that, but it's okay. I'll just go ahead.
So I went on, got the things, checked out, left. I don't remember if we stopped at another store in between there or what. We were headed to go to the Flanagan Sports, and we were headed to go talk to the dude about the bike. Well, they had my phone, so they can see that the guy wrote back about the bike with the pictures. And I was asking about prices and yada, 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 yada. And I was like, I didn't want to go to the man's house with the bike, without I wanted it to be legit, Got me in the car and I only had me in the car, I got Gannon in the car. So I thought, I need to, understand, like, I need to make sure this is legit. So I'm like, send me a picture of the bike. Can you call? Can you whatever? And like, he wasn't acting like, he was wanting to like give me information that he could meet me at a safe spot to go look at the bike.
So you weren't going to go to his house or something? He was just going to meet you in general?
I told him messages that I didn't want to just go to some random person's house, and that's probably why they're looking at this whole Douglas County thing, because he lived almost at Douglas County.
Okay, that does sound sketchy. That was probably a good decision, so.
So again, in an open book with them. They took my GPS and everything. We got to Douglas County, and me and Gannon was talking about it, and he was like, "Do you know this guy?" And I was like, "Well,
so wait, I missed the part. You said so. You went to Petco. You said you were going to play it again. Did you never go to play it again? I forgot.
So we didn't never make it to play it again. That was on our agenda, but we were trying to go for the bike first.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I got confused. I'm sorry.
Okay. It was a priority first. Okay. So I was gonna go out to meet the guy with the bike, and somehow they have my email. They subpoenaed all that. They can see the information coming from the Craigslist. Okay.
Oh, it's
So,
Craigslist.
so someone had something on Craigslist.
Oh man, that's sketchy, isn't it? Yeah, I don't trust that shit. You there?
You went and bought wood and stuff on Craigslist.
Yeah, I mean, for you to do it, and Craigslist, I never trust that shit because they always have those sketchy people doing, you know, I don't know, stupid stuff like meet and greets and stuff. You always told me about that, remember?
Yeah, but like this was just a bike for sale.
Okay, I'm just saying, I'm worried about you and my son's safety. That's what that's
my point. That's why I realized. I said, well, we rode through. Okay, so when you go up Palmer Lake heading to Douglas County or whatever, we went that way. It was supposed to be that the guy had a warehouse somewhere between the Palmer Lake area, whatever.
What, a warehouse of bikes or something?
He said he had a couple bikes that he used to do riding and touring and stuff like that.
Like those bikes I was looking at doing those rides, like through Alaska or whatever?
Right.
Okay.
So, get out on this road. So, if you're on, I want to say it's exit 165 or 163. I think that's what I want to say the exit was.
On 25?
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So, you know how you're going to, before you get to Castle, it's where we went to take the, remember how traffic is backed up? You can take that back road.
Oh yeah, before you get to like 182 where the outlets are or whatever.
You can take that back road.
Yeah.
The Castle Rock.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, so it was off that, but to the right side, not to the bougie side where like the boonies and stuff was at. It was off that way to the right side. So I originally got off, and again, they can see this on my GPS. I got off, I went left, and went down that little hill where the little people were at, and I thought, this can't be the right way, because he was saying something about signs and all this. Turned around at the little, woods or whatever, came back up, went across straight, and realized it was on that right side. I think it's called like Palmer Lake or something like that. Supposed to be looking for this place, still didn't see it, and then it ended up being like all mountainy and dark. I say dark, it wasn't dark in the day, but like,
Yeah, like woods and stuff, yeah.
We turned around, left out of there, and I was like, well, this doesn't even look too great. Again, let them go search that area all they want to. They're parking up the fucking wrong tree because all we did was went through there looking around and trying to figure out where this warehouse was supposedly at.
So you were in the truck or out of the truck?
We're in the truck.
Oh, you had me worried. I'm like, you're out of the truck in the woods looking for a warehouse?
No, it was just driving through there. It was like down, around, up, around. Colorado has all these mountains and shit like that. So I came back out, got back on 25, and was like, crap. I was like, I don't even like think that was a good place. Me and Gana was like, why can't we just go buy it in the store? Don't they have them at Walmart? And so we were like talking. I was like, yeah, I'll just figure out another place to get a bike. Because the whole thing was I was going to buy you the bike and surprise you for Valentine's Day for it. That was like the whole shebang.
Yeah, I would love that for sure.
At this point, we never got to play it against sports because it was approaching the time that we needed to be headed back.
Okay.
So I said, Gannon, I'll just come back and go to play it against sports again later. Don't worry about it. Your daddy and I have been talking about getting hockey sticks. So we come back up, heading back towards the house because, we had to get back to Orlando. Oh, I forgot to tell you a point that we left that day because I put my notebook down. Let me go back to this on Monday. Okay, on Monday.
If you would want to take afternoon recess now, we've still got a long ways to go on this particular phone call. It's 3 o'clock. Do you want?
Yeah. How much longer do we have to go? That had crossed my
Where'd the
mind.
sound go?
So we got about another hour to go.
I know he's talking because we
Yeah,
have
no,
subtitles.
We'll take a break now. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break until about 3:20. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at that point in time, we should be able to start on time. Again, don't discuss case among yourself. Don't discuss case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. We'll take a recess until 3:20 then. Mr. Cook is already dealing with that issue. We're gonna talk about. Okay. All right, and we'll see everybody back at 3:20. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. It's 5 minutes to 5, so we're gonna quit there. And tomorrow we will pick up after the lunch break on day 2 and hear more of her crazy story that gets even crazier. I swear. It's such a horrible, horrible thing what happened to that little boy. But, you know, it's like with the Brooks trial. It's horrible what he did, but the trial itself is entertaining. And I hate to say that, but it's true. I mean, it really is. And just the fact that she made up all these stories, different stories, and then later on she asked the FBI. She tells the FBI, "Well, I'll tell you what happened, but you have to give me immunity." And like she's just out there like crazy. And I wanted to watch it again before the new trial because I don't know what's going to happen or if there's even going to be one. So, okay, guys, I will see you in the morning. Yeah, she's not right. Yeah, she's not right. Okay, guys, I'll see you in the morning. Have a great evening. Be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys.